another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Stand by with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 1 Charlie, get shot.
Also still stands for talk. No. Offender in custody. Anyone else close with this result, let me know.
I'll let a supervisor know. 6 KC3, can you let a supervisor know that I have a case report with an arrest attached?
1830.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. Sorry I missed you this morning again. Driving me nuts. Good evening. Thank you all for hopping in. I appreciate you. We're going to be going in, obviously, the thumbnail, some interesting stuff with that Kansas City 3 case. Man, it just changes day by day. So we're going to talk more about that. We got some new documents for Idaho4 we're going to get into. We're going to discuss some of that topic as well tonight. We'll be going into a bunch of things. There's a lot of stuff. I even thought, because I'm not able to get through everything, and man, you all send some great stuff, so I need to have like a mailbag show or something where it's just nothing but what you guys send me. All of it. It's just so amazing. We're going to have a special show tomorrow, actually a special day tomorrow. We're going to be going live from about 11 a.m. Central to, I think, 6 p.m. Central, noon to 7 Eastern. I think we're going to do an extended show tomorrow. I'm going to have call-ins, so if you want to call in, you're more than welcome. I'll have the phone number up there. We'll be taking call-ins. We'll be discussing, if anything happens. There's a court hearing at 11, which is 1 o'clock Central, and then there's another one at 1 o'clock, which isn't sealed, and that one is at 3 o'clock Central. So I figure from 11 to 6, we should be able to cover everything and be able to, kind of go through a lot of the other stuff that maybe we haven't gone through recently. So we'll be available. We'll be going live. We'll probably watch the last court hearing too. We'll be going through some documents, and then we will be live. So when anything drops, if Judge is live, any of that, we will be there and we will be available. So after that, because I'm going to do an extended show from the late morning to the mid afternoon or so, we're going to have a game night tomorrow night. So about an hour and a half, maybe hour and a half in between, maybe 2 hours in between from the stream tomorrow. Then we're going to have a game night tomorrow night. I'll be introducing a new game, The Price is Right. So we'll be using the StreamYard giveaway feature. We'll give away a coffee cup, and we'll also use that if anybody wants to be a contestant. So we'll be doing that and a couple other games too. So we'll be doing some games tomorrow night after that, just to kind of wind down from the long day tomorrow. All right, so let's get into this. We'll go ahead and say what's up to everybody, and then we'll get into all that stuff, man. It's going to be a crazy show for both cases. So thank you, everybody, for hopping in. Appreciate you. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. And if you haven't subscribed and I've earned it, please hit that sub button, the one that likes to light up at the bottom. Ticket number 2, Katrina Miller. Thank you for hopping in. Excuse me 1 second. That music is always so loud in the very beginning. Kib Kitty, ticket number 3, thank you. Thank you for hopping in earlier. Ticket number 5. Ticket number 6, Nina, thank you. Detective Golden, ticket number 7. Christina, ticket number 9, thank you for hopping in. Thank you for putting that up there. I appreciate that. Mark and Betty, ticket number 10. Danny, ticket number 12, thank you. So the brother spoke out. None of it makes sense. I even, there's an article that I came across in the New York Post where some of the family thinks that the scientist pal, well, I think that there might be some substances involved. You know, stuff that, I don't know. As soon as I heard about it, all 3 of them together, no coats, no cell phones, no keys. Guy wakes up. Huh? We'll be getting more into that, though. American Princess, ticket number 17. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. Ticket number Octillion. What's up, Cheryl Miller? Oh, Kelly Miller, golden ticket number 17. Thank you so much. Prayers. Look at all those hearts, too. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we're going to do an extended show tomorrow, and I think I'm going to open up the call-in phone number again. What's up, Crafts and Crime, ticket number 20. Caddy, good to see you again. Kelly, Rabbit Hole, ticket number 18. What's up, Thinkers Think? How are you? Now they're blaming the dogs, huh? Is that why because the dogs weren't there or something? Is that what it is? What's only ticket number 24? Because the dogs, collateral damage. Good evening. Because of the dogs, ticket number 28. What's up, Missy girl? Deb, how you doing? Blessings to you. April. What's up, Daniel? Yeah, this Kansas City. It's going to be as big as the Idaho4 case, you guys. Like, this stuff is crazy. Just like Idaho4 from the very get-go. It's like, what? There's so many questions. Same thing with, it's like, what? So many questions. A witness that's... You know what I mean? It's going to be just as big, watch. We'll probably have a lot of these combo shows, honestly. Because I can't not talk about it in the daytime or the nighttime. We got, so it might just be combo shows for a while because, I mean, they're both so crazy. What's up, Daniel? I don't know how. blame the, like the dogs. What it ticket 39 times 2. Like blame the dogs. It sounds the same thing except they're not saying. Yeah, they're saying no coats. All right, give me 1 second. We'll do the switcheroo. I'm going to promote the live for tomorrow real quick, and then we'll get in to the nitty gritties. Thank you all for hopping in. Appreciate you. And again, please hit the like if you haven't yet. All right. So the first thing I'm going to promote is the live here tomorrow. This is State of Idaho versus Brian C. Koberger. We'll be covering and available for anything that drops live for tomorrow. Plus, we'll be having a discussion about the case as well. Going through documents, there's so much stuff that you guys have sent me regarding this case. And I'm going to be going into my mailbag too tomorrow. So I'm going to be going through my emails, my IGs, my DMs on Discord, Instagram, all of that stuff. I'm going to be going through all of it. And we're going to get completely caught up on everything and also be available if there's anything that drops live, whether it's a video, a tweet, any kind of news. We will be live there. So there's that. Also, there's a few new documents, actually. And really, it takes so long to get there now. All right, there we go. You got your order setting sealed hearing on defendant's motion to unseal, order to seal and redact Meta Platforms, order to seal and redact Microsoft, order to seal and redact TikTok. Then you also have temporary order sealing exhibit, state's response to defendant's 11 supplemental request for discovery, motion to temporarily seal, all those documents that dropped a few days ago. There's like no organization. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand why it's so hard. I mean, come on. It's not Chicago. Like, why is it so hard to have some kind of organization when it comes to these documents, even when they drop? What's up, detective? Even when they're like, when you had the 23rd on there and it was the 22nd, it's like, it's just so unorganized. Stuffed hamburgers? Yes. With what? Cheese? I stuffed mine with cheese and bacon. It was good. So yeah, there's those. But we're going to get into those after we get into this Kansas City 3 stuff. So give me 1 second. We'll get into those documents here in a little bit. Now I'm going to read a couple articles here. And this is the first one I'm going to go into. So this is the one that discusses how they think that they might have had some kind of substances involved. What's up, Steve W., Ticket 48? Might have some substances involved when it comes to this. I think this is going to be as big as Idaho4. Not bigger, but close to it. Parents of Chiefs fans found frozen to death alongside two friends in yard. Think trio was dragged outside by scientist pal. He concocted something, is what they said. Now, this is from yesterday afternoon. So here's the link to this. It's crazy. I don't understand why people don't share their links when they're going through this stuff. You know what I'm saying? They make you go look for it yourself when like, hey, I already have it for you. So right there. Here's the link for that article if you'd like to have it or use it. Parents of Chiefs fans found frozen to death alongside two friends in yard. Think the trio was dragged outside by scientist pal. He concocted something. That's kind of what, I don't know. Let me ask you guys. Let me put a poll up. Let's do a poll. I don't do too many polls. Let's do a poll. I wish I could do these quicker. All right, so I'm going to ask you guys. This is a KC3 question. Do you think substances were involved? I don't know about the dragon. Who knows? But I want to know, do you think substances were involved? Because I don't know. Ever since the beginning, I thought they were. What's up, Brett? How you doing tonight, buddy? Sandra, good evening. D. Smith, hope you are safe as well. I personally feel he would need a dolly to carry them out himself. Well, a couple of them are... Where's the picture? Oh, it went away because of a drug ad. Okay. And now it's got a video. All right. Gosh, this is filled with ads here. Never mind. Need a third choice? What's the third choice, Brad? I'm just curious if you guys think substances were involved. Because I think they were. Whether they went to the backyard on their own accord or something was slipped, there's so many different possibilities with those substances. I just want to know if y'all think substances were involved. Whether it was them going out there on their own or something getting slipped in the drink. One or the other. I think they were. That's just me. Ever since I heard about this case, heard the dude was a scientist and heard all three at the same time. Two at the same time for sure. I mean, we'll see. The family of one of the three Kansas City Chiefs fans found dead under mysterious circumstances in a friend's snowy yard has wildly suggested they could have been drugged and left for dead. I haven't even ruled out the opportunity. What's up, guy number 5? Seems sus to me. Megan Z, ticket number 52. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of questions in this one. Why not just, right? That's why something just, because there's like I was saying, there's amnesty laws everywhere, especially nowadays, 10 years after this epidemic started, when it comes to the F, because that's when it really skyrocketed, was 10 years ago is when it was just poof out of nowhere. And all of them, yeah. Ricky Johnson's father made the explosive, unfounded allegation, even as cops make clear they are not treating the deaths as suspicious. and have stressed that it is not yet clear whether drink or drugs were involved. The friends inside the house, respected HIV data scientist Jordan Willis, has also strenuously denied knowing anything about the plight of his 3 dying friends, maintaining he was asleep inside with headphones on. I didn't know Jeopardy was that exciting that you needed to. Ricky Johnson Sr. told Fox News Digital that his 38-year-old son was not irresponsible and would not have gone outside in the snow without a coat to freeze to death, along with his friends David Carrington, 37, and Clayton Magini, 36, or however you pronounce that last name. I apologize. I believe he dragged them outside and waited 2 days to call police, but he didn't call them. Johnson Sr. said of Willis, whose attorney trashed the claim as ridiculous. Of course he would. He may have done some drugs and stuff in the past, but I do not believe all 3 of them did those and fell over in the backyard, Johnson Sr. said of his son, who had 3 children of his own. A couple of the guys are pretty hefty, you know? I'm not going to say that during a game he didn't have some drinks, but he wasn't irresponsible that he was going to go outside and freeze. He claimed of his son, whose coat was left inside the rental house where the pals had watched the game. You're talking about 3 grown men. If he was out there just freezing like they said, he could have kicked out a window to get in the house, the father continued. Right? Because if one of the girlfriends broke in, why couldn't he? I don't know why anybody. I don't know. I mean, if you blame the dogs, then wouldn't there be some signs, right? This is what I don't understand. Because they're saying when they walked up on the scene, there were no signs of foul play. So if it was from the dogs, wouldn't you see signs of foul play? Of course you would. It makes no sense. Right, Bread? Not all at the same time. One maybe. 2, somebody's still going to be able to call for help. Somebody's still going to be able to get help. 3, no. From the get-go, no. What's up, Deborah? Thank you for hopping in. That too, because of this, you know, it's going to leave tracks in the snow. Going to leave tracks in the snow. Yeah, you know YouTube. You know YouTube. It's getting really, it's just really, YouTube, I don't understand. I don't understand. Cat's Puppy Love, Ticket 54. Thank you for hopping in. All right, this one. So this is Ricky Johnson's father. This is Ricky Johnson, and his father believes they were drugged and dragged. Johnson's mother, Norma Chester, shared the same theory, while conceding it was just her thinking rather than based on specific evidence. Seriously, she said, these were responsible men. How do they go in the backyard and freeze to death? All 3 of them. Just like we've been asking, right? Something that comes to mind, this guy Willis wants to brag about how smart he is. He's a scientist. My thoughts are that he concocted something and gave it to all 3 men. She suggested, how could this have happened? What did I say from the beginning? I feel like, dude, you know, sprinkle. The Kansas City Police Department said foul play is not suspected as detectives await an autopsy and toxicology reports. Right, because the scientist can sprinkle shit. Where's the signs of foul play? We don't see anybody, Bob. We don't see anything. No signs of foul play, Bob. This case is 100% not being investigated as a homicide. I don't know how you can come out and say that, Captain Jake Bacina, when you don't even have the toxicology report. It's called suspicious. Willis's attorney, John Percerno, also immediately dismissed Wild Theory as nothing more than baseless allegations from grieving parents struggling to understand the tragedy. That's ridiculous, Percerno told Fox News Digital of Johnson's parents' comments. He's a scientist and somehow he's to blame? That's an opinion not based on fact. That's an opinion that's based on the dude answering the fucking door with an empty wine glass, ear pods, and fucking boxers like he didn't know what the hell was going on when somebody just broke into his fucking house and he was out for 2 days. That's what it's based on, Percerno. Keep doing your job. Percerno further stressed that Willis and the victims were close. There's no allegation of animosity between Jordan and 3 of his friends, Percerno said of the trio, 2 of whom he'd known since high school. People want to speculate, but it's not like anyone ever called the police saying, "We're afraid of this Jordan guy." Who knows? Like I'm saying, maybe he's like, "Hey, I got an experiment. Let's try this out. Sprinkle." Or maybe not. Man, these guys are really getting on my... can I be the first person to get away with a little sprinkle death? There's sick fuckers out there. I'm so good at, Right on, Bread. What if this wasn't... You know what I mean? Sprinkle death. Can I be the first scientist to not get caught for sprinkle death? Excuse me. It's freaking weather change. Nothing seems to be added up. No. I don't know. Why would you answer the door with an empty wine glass? You know what I mean? What's up, Aaliyah? Ticket 56. Why would you even answer the door with an empty wine glass? Who's, like, it's empty. Why wouldn't you set it that, like, why wouldn't you set it? Who empties or who answers the door with an empty wine glass? Ricky Johnson. What's up, Michelle? What's up, Ann? Hope you are too. He could have simply made some party favors that backfired too. Plenty of people have without degrees. Right on, Bread. Bread knows what I'm saying. When I seen it from the get-go, I'm like, yeah, that's suspicious. We'll see. All right, it says here, hosted a party. This is Clayton Magini. And it says, let's see, I understand that people are hurting, but that's no excuse to throw baseless accusations at Jordan. Bro, nobody would if it wasn't suspicious, and then you change your story 3 times. Like, you change your story 3 fucking times, yo. And it's... Hello? Paserno did not immediately respond to the Post's request for further comment Wednesday. Johnson, Harrington, and Magini were found at Willis's Northwest Stadium. Yeah, we know. The victims' relatives said that when police officers responded to the house, Willis met them at the door in his boxers with an empty wine glass in hand. Willis's attorney told the news outlet that the stemware contained water and had been refilled after being used to drink wine the night before. In a previous interview with the Post, Paserno said his client was asleep on the couch while the victim's relatives spent 2 days frantically trying to find them. Wine? So were they drinking wine? That's interesting because you can... Yeah, we found the basement window. Yep. Look at that, Kelly. Mix it with some wine. Hey, guys, you want a glass of wine? Sprinkle death. What's up, Stardust? I called the police from a hotel room. Whoa, that's crazy. That's crazy. Must have ran out of beer. I don't know. It says that he was drinking water in the glass. It says he was drinking water in the glass. It was filled up with wine before, drinking water that morning. Oh, no. You're welcome, Kid Kitty. Any of you guys are more than welcome to do that, though. He was asleep. He was asleep on the couch. The last memory he has of them leaving out the front door, he doesn't even know what happened with them until, when the police came Tuesday night to his house, Paserno said. Attorney later told Fox News Digital that Willis did not hear anyone knocking on the door because he was sleeping with noise-canceling headphones and a large fan. So there's that article. Both of Ricky Johnson's parents believe that he was drugged and dragged outside and that the scientist pal concocted something. So here's the link for that article. We're going to be going to another one here. This is with, I think it's a stepbrother. So here's the link for that. I think it's a stepbrother that talked on this one. And thank you for this, Caddy. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. All right, so this one, brother, a Chiefs fan who was found dead in friend's backyard, speaks out, says story not adding up. So this is another family member speaking out. It's going to be as big as Idaho. I just got this feeling. 3 men found dead outside friend's house following NFL game watch party. So this is, I think, like I said again, I think it's the stepbrother. And we'll go ahead and listen to this before we get into the article.
My health was good until it was.
Okay. We'll just go ahead and leave that there. So here's the link for this article. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to pause it, yo. Jeez. I'm trying to pause it. Does he? I don't know. Who does he work for? Does anybody know? What kind of lab or whatever it is? Supposedly, right? Mistaken? And then you're gonna what's up? Oh, what's up, Mary? Golden ticket number 57. No problem. I have them quite often myself. That's why Mr. President Green of University Idaho kind of inspired me, you know, like maybe I should write a book for all the people that have to struggle with internet issues, right? I should write a book about it. The Chiefs won the game, and then they won the next one. So here's the link to that. Self-employed. Oh. Interesting. All right, let's check this out.
Were found dead in the frozen backyard of their friend, Jordan Willis, more than 2 weeks ago. Willis's attorney admitting a fifth person was also in the house when Willis went to bed on the couch, where he slept for 2 days, he says, until his friends' bodies were found.
Before he fell asleep, they were going to leave. He actually escorted them to the door, said their goodbyes, opened the door. He went back on the couch and he crashed.
But that fifth person reportedly denying all of that. He claims that he left the house while the three friends and Willis were still awake watching Jeopardy and insisting that he was not the last one to see them alive. Grieving family members, including our next guest, demanding answers. Jonathan Price. His brother was one of the men found in the backyard. His name was Ricky Johnson. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for joining us. I know your family is just devastated. Everyone on this couch has a brother. You say things are not adding up. What do you mean?
Well, for one, like you guys just showed, does he know when they left or does he not? Does he know if his dogs were there? Does he not?
Right, Deborah?
There's way too many questions still needing to be answered. And nobody can answer those questions in honesty except for Jordan.
Yeah.
The fifth person, he was there, but he wasn't there after a certain time frame.
Well, and didn't Jordan's attorney say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he saw his four friends out at the end of the night?
Yes, that's what he originally said. And then he kind of backtracked on it after the fifth person came out. And that's just the stuff that's not adding up.
Yeah.
If you have to change your story, then how do we know at any time were you telling the truth? It doesn't make any sense.
Jonathan, so many people, when we read the story for the first time, we thought, who sleeps on a couch for 2 days? How did that happen? What do you think happened?
I mean, that part makes no sense to me, especially when
Ticket 58.
Like you're a responsible
What's up,
individual, a responsible enough individual to gain a PhD in what seems like a very complicated science. If you're one of those type of people, in order to sleep all day on a Monday, which I assume was a work day, if you're working from home, I mean, I don't know how that is possible.
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't be able to do that.
It's being
And
reported.
my job's not nearly as complicated.
Yeah, it's being reported that Jordan Willis, the guy who owns the house, who was allegedly asleep on the couch for 2 days, is an accomplished scientist. What are police telling you?
Police have not told us a single thing, not my mother. The last my mother heard was that they were still trying to get through the phones, and that was well over a week and a half ago.
Mm-hmm. And Clayton's fiance, Clayton is one of your brother's best friends. All three of them, I understand, were inseparable. Clayton's fiance had to break into the house 2 days later because she wasn't hearing from her fiance, right?
Correct.
And then what did she find when she went into the house?
Well, she announced her presence. She made that very clear. And there was no answer from anybody. So she assumed that nobody was home. So she continued her search to where she, the official statement wasn't actually released. So I don't know who she found on the back porch. But as soon as she found someone on the back porch, she immediately called the police. And when the police showed up, that's when Jordan answered the door as if he had no idea anything was going on. And from there on, it was we haven't really gotten something we can call the truth from him anyway.
Right. And then the three men were found
Too many
in the
questions.
backyard. They were found. Were they frozen to death?
Well, the official cause of death is not stated, but they do say at the very beginning that they did freeze to death. Yes.
Yeah. Were there any drugs involved? Have you gotten toxicology reports back?
Of course not, lady.
Toxicology is still waiting for a couple weeks. They said that's the.
Yeah, they said 3 to 8 weeks is what they were saying.
Last we heard from Jordan's lawyer, because apparently they are anxiously waiting for that as well.
3 to 8
I'm sure they
weeks
would be,
is what they're saying.
especially if he does know what's going on.
Jonathan, I know that the police are conducting this investigation, but what's your family going through, especially not having any answers?
That's
what kind of
that's
question?
The biggest thing is, I can't speak on.
What kind of question is that? These fucking reporters, man.
All of my family, but for myself, it's been very difficult, and I don't think that I can ever fully heal until I find out what happened, and I'll never be fully healed. I admired my brother so much.
What was
I looked
he
up
like?
to him.
Wow.
Huge sports fan. Everything sports, no matter what it was. His 3 beautiful daughters, he loved them to death. You can see him when you look at them so much. They look just like him, and it's very difficult.
How are they doing?
What the? See what I'm saying? They put them in these
all of them
positions where they
the older
they start
the older
fucking,
two,
dude.
Definitely going through a very hard time.
That's so messed up. That's
not
so
sure
messed up. What are you
this
doing,
one fully
lady?
understands right now, being 4. So I'm not sure how much she's seeing online and everything.
Yeah.
But it's just very difficult to. Yeah.
What is that lady doing?
Jonathan, this is a very important story. Everyone is concerned about this because we all watch football. We've been watching the Chiefs.
What is it with reporters doing that to these people that they interview? What's up, Typically Unique? What is it with these reporters doing that? And then you're like asking about the children. What the Ticket 63, thank you. Hold on a minute. We're going to listen to this again. I'm not watching the end, though. Jeez, come on.
We can all relate to the story. We go to, tailgate. This morning, there are so many questions after those 3 Kansas City Chiefs fans were found dead in the frozen backyard of their friend, Jordan Willis, more than 2 weeks ago. Willis's attorney admitting a 5th person was also in the house when Willis went to bed on the couch, where he slept for 2 days,
Ticket
he says,
64.
until his friends'
Thank you.
bodies were found.
Before he fell asleep, they were going to leave. He actually escorted them to the door, said their goodbyes, opened the door. He went back on the couch and he crashed.
But that 5th person reportedly denying all of that. He claims that he...
Right. You're escorting them without their phones, their coats, or their cell phones. Like what?
He left the house
How
while the
does that
three
make
friends
sense?
and Willis were still awake watching Jeopardy and insisting that he was not the last one to see them alive. Grieving family members, including our next guest, demanding answers. Jonathan Price. His brother was one of the men found in the backyard. His name was Ricky Johnson. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for joining us. I know your family is just devastated. Everyone on this couch has a brother. You say things are not adding up. What do you mean?
Well, for one, like you guys just showed, does he know when they left or does he not? Does he know if his dogs were there? Does he not?
Where'd you send it?
There's way too many questions still needing to be answered. And nobody can answer those questions in honesty except for Jordan.
Yeah.
The fifth person, he was there, but he wasn't there after a certain time frame.
Well, and didn't Jordan's attorney say, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he saw his four friends out at the end of the night?
Yes, that's what he originally said.
What the attorney say?
He kind of backtracked on it after the fifth person came out. And that's just the stuff that's not adding up.
Yeah.
If you have to change your story, then how do we know at any time were you telling the truth? It doesn't make any sense.
Jonathan, so many people, when we read this story for the first time, we thought, who sleeps on a couch for 2 days? How did that happen? What do you think happened?
I mean, that part makes no sense to me, especially when it seems like you're a responsible individual, a responsible enough individual to gain a PhD in what seems like a very complicated science.
Yeah, shout out to Kelly. Thank you. I'm going to go through Jordan Willis's profession after this. Thank you, Kelly.
If you're one of those type of people, in order to sleep all day on a Monday, which I assume was a work day, if you're working from home, I mean, I don't know how that is possible.
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't be able to do that.
It's being reported.
And my job's not nearly as complicated.
Yeah, it's being reported that Jordan Willis, the guy who owns the house, who was allegedly asleep on the couch for 2 days, is an accomplished scientist. What are police telling you?
Police have not told us a single thing. Not my mother.
Yeah, because we're going to go through this next right here. Meet the IAVI scientist applying new and emerging technologies to one of the toughest challenges facing HIV researchers today, Jordan R. Willis. We'll be going into that next.
The last my mother heard was that they were still trying to get through the phones, and that was well over a week and a half ago.
And Clayton's fiance, Clayton is one of your brother's best friends.
They were still trying to. This fucking thing shrieking. This shit drives me nuts. I want to scoot back a little bit.
Three of them, I understand, were inseparable. Clayton's fiance had to break into the house.
Well over a week and a half ago. Through the phones, and that mother heard was that they were still trying to get through the phone.
Wow, they haven't even got through the phones yet. So they haven't even cracked the phones. Right? In a Jeopardy episode that's that exciting? I'm sorry. That's one of the game shows I didn't really watch that much because I don't know, it was just kind of boring. So they're still trying to crack the phones. What, did they all have iPhones or something? There's no secondary passwords like there was for Stephen Smith? Like, what's going on here? Why can't we get into the phones? Wouldn't the significant others be able to go into the phone records? What the heck? How are you not able to get into the phones yet?
And that was well over a week and a half ago.
Mm-hmm. And Clayton's fiance, Clayton is one of your brother's best friends. All three of them, I understand, were inseparable. Clayton's fiance had to break into the house 2 days later because she wasn't hearing from her fiance, right?
Correct.
And then what did she find when she went into the house?
Well, she announced her presence. She made that very clear. And there was no answer from anybody. So she assumed that nobody was home. So she continued her search to where she, the official statement wasn't actually released. So I don't know who she found on the back porch. But as soon as she found someone on the back porch, she immediately called the police. And when the police showed up, that's when Jordan answered the door as if he had no idea anything was going on. And from there on, it was we haven't really gotten something we can call the truth from him anyway.
And then the three men were found in the backyard. Were they frozen to death?
I found it.
Well, the official cause of death is not stated, but they do say at the very beginning that they did freeze to death. Yes.
Yeah. Were there any drugs involved? Have you gotten toxicology reports back?
Toxicology is still waiting for a couple weeks, they said. That's the last we heard from Jordan's lawyer, because apparently they are anxiously waiting for that as well. I'm sure they would be, especially if he does know what's going on.
Jonathan, I know that the police are conducting this investigation, but what's your family going through, especially not having any answers?
So that's the biggest thing is, I can't speak on all of my family, but for myself, it's been very difficult. And I don't think that I can ever fully heal until I find out what happened. And I'll never be fully healed. I admired my brother so much.
What was he like?
I looked up to him. Huge sports fan. Everything sports, no matter what it was. His three beautiful daughters, he loved them to death. You can see him when you look at them so much. They look just like him, and it's very difficult.
How are they doing?
Well, not all of them understand.
All right, that's how do you think they're doing, man? Frickin', that's stupid. All right, so if you want the link for that video and article, there's that. All right, now let's get into checking this out. So this is meeting. Hopefully this link can fit in the chat for you guys. We'll see. Let's see if it does. Jeopardy, right? Yeah. We'll see, but how have they not been able to crack the phone? Any of them? How have they not been able to crack any of them? That don't make any sense. What's up, Jason? Ticket 69. I don't see right on a DVR. Like you're not. It's like this. The football game's over. You're gonna watch Jeopardy. But not go home to your families and your children. Something happened during the game. Something happened during the game. Because they're gonna hang out after the game. They're gonna go home to their families after that. Period. All right, so there's a link for this article. Meet the IAVI scientist applying new and emerging technologies to one of the toughest challenges facing HIV vaccine researchers today. This is Translating Science into Global Health Impact, July 6, 2022. IAVI.org. Jordan R. Willis, PhD, Senior Principal Scientist, IAVI, Neutralizing Antibody Center, Sheaf Lab, La Jolla, California / Kansas City, Missouri. And then there's a focus or a picture of Mr. Jordan Willis. What is the focus of your work is the first question. I am a senior principal scientist and work on data science, deep learning, and synthetic biology. I work within the Sheaf Lab at the Scripps Research / IAVI Neutralizing Antibody Center, NAC, to apply data science, software development, and immunogen engineering to the germline targeting problem with HIV vaccine development. I also conduct the data analysis and interpretation for IAVI's clinical HIV vaccine trials. What is all this? We know germline targeting is one of the toughest problems facing HIV vaccine researchers today. How would you describe this challenge in your own words, and why is germline targeting important to HIV science? Well, because that's how you get to the cure. So he's working for a cure. What's up, Danny? To cover up for his, that's what I thought from the beginning. That's just what it seems like from the beginning. It's called sprinkle death, you know? They felt hot, flushed. That's why they went outside to the back. They didn't have coats. And then it was just a matter of time before they just boom. Hopefully it wasn't slow. You know? That would have been horrible. Your body, you can't move and shit, you know. We know germline targeting is one of the toughest problems facing HIV vaccine researchers today. Generally, the problem we face is that there are only a few ways in which we think we can effectively immunize against HIV. I like to think of the immune system as a military academy where we are training soldiers, quote, antibodies to fight HIV. That is, we need super soldier antibodies ready to protect against infection before it can take hold. Sadly, these super soldiers are not hanging around in our immune system ready to fight, and we must train them from cadets. That's where vaccines come in. They are designed to train cadets into soldiers. Here's the catch. Most of the cadets in our immune system do not have what it takes to become super soldiers required to fight HIV. We must specifically look for these rare cadets that have the properties to grow up into super soldiers, or you're going to manipulate them. We call these super soldiers broadly neutralizing antibodies, BNABS. Finding the right cadet is the germline targeting problem. They are very infrequent and have rare properties, and that is essential That is essentially the germline targeting problem in a nutshell. Finding very infrequent things and training them to fight HIV. Why is HIV different? Our bodies usually tackle viruses with just sheer numbers of antibody soldiers attacking any part of the virus they can reach. But we cannot do this with HIV because HIV is a very clever virus. For other pathogens, usually you can vaccinate with just a single strain of a virus and get pretty good protection. We have seen this with COVID, but COVID can't mutate as fast as HIV. It cannot shift that quickly. It takes months to mutate. In contrast, if we take one strand of HIV and we immunize it against it, we will no doubt protect against the strain, but HIV will quickly mutate to the next strain, effectively making the immunization worthless. Because of this rapid mutation, we are thinking about HIV vaccines differently. We are after a single type of super soldier, whereas for something like COVID, you don't really care who the soldiers are as long as there are a lot of them. For HIV, we're looking for quality over quantity. That's a very good explanation about it. I think I need my notebook. It's a very good explanation and a good answer to the question, and it's a good it kind of helps you figure out exactly. I mean, it makes perfect sense now just reading that. I mean, it sounds very. I mean, you got to be talented, right? Like, how do you even get this job? You got to be a talented motherfucker. What do you hope your work as a scientist will accomplish for high-risk populations and globally? What motivates you to get up every day and contribute to the global health research and development? And Jordan says, I hope my work will create an efficacious vaccine for HIV that will end the epidemic, and I think we are on the right track. The difficulty of the problem motivates me. Says getting a efficacious vaccine for his HIV is the hardest standing problem in the field of vaccinology. It's been for the past 35 years. The out-of-the-box thinking that is required to get an HIV vaccine is highly motivating. What about your work is unique with the global health research? Like, how does this dude, I don't know. This dude seems smart as shit. That assumption has to stop. I've seen their public. I'm just going off of this IAVI. I mean, if you're studying HIV, I just assume you're a smart motherfucker. I don't understand where there's the confusion. Where's their confusion? What are you saying that I haven't said already? Like, where's the confusion? What about your work is unique with the global health research and development landscape? I am a hybrid scientist. I came from the wet lab, working in a carefully designed laboratory with chemicals and potential wet hazards, with very little knowledge of how computational biology works. I slowly developed the skills, and now I work 100% at my desk using computers for analysis and designing experiments. So that's what he does from home, then, I'd imagine, is using the computer for analysis and designing experiments. My background is useful for good communication between the wet lab scientists and the bioinformatics slash computational scientists. Knowing how to navigate those two worlds is a valuable and unique skill. So he must. Interesting. So he just sits at home and designs experiments and compiles analysis. We've collected these special antibodies called BNABS from people who've acquired HRV and are living with the infection for at least 3 years. With these antibodies, we started to work backward to reverse engineer a vaccine. We studied exactly how the body made BNABS and tried to mimic how the immune system did it. It's a new way of thinking about how vaccines work and how we can elicit antibodies to these very difficult targets. That's crazy shit. And the IAVI G001 trial YouTube watch, we might have to click on that, indicates that it's working. So I completely believe that this philosophy of germline targeting and building an antibody from the ground up using a vaccine will work. Obviously, we don't have 3 to 20 years to elicit BNMBs. We have a finite number of vaccines we can give in a sequence. We can only have people get so many vaccine doses before patients get tired of getting shots, which is what's happening with the COVID-19 booster shot. So we're very conscious of getting there in the most efficient manner possible. We need to get protection in the fewest number of prime boost schemes, especially for high-risk populations. And for those who must travel long distances to a clinic, it's just not going to be possible to have people come back 10 times. So user-centered design is something we're very conscious. So, okay, so they want to make sure it's okay. I mean, that's responsible, but damn, what about maybe that's where the trials come in. Hopefully this doesn't take me away. Okay, so that took me to a video. So let's see, IAVI has its own. So let's switch to that video and we'll see what did we learn in IAVI G001, and that's referring to indicates that it's working. So that's talking about how it mimics the immune system. So it learns how everything gets mutated, the process of the mutation, and how it works. What the hell? Lawyer said today that they watched the game at number 5 person, then went to JW house. Interesting. Right. And I mean, yeah. At least the questions. Like, I'd like to see this interrogation video. I'd like to see it. Right? Like, let's see how this guy answers these questions, yo. Or the lawyer, I should say, or something.
What do we learn in IAVI G001? IAVI and Scripps research have released promising results from a
What? Okay, I'll leave the words up there because I can't understand the accent. So there. Actually, we'll go here.
What do we learn in IAVI G001? IAVI and Scripps research have released promising results from a phase 1 clinical trial of a new HIV vaccine candidate. Almost all participants in the trial produced the desired type of immune response. This is exciting evidence that validates a new approach to an HIV vaccine, possibly bringing us one step closer to a vaccine that could help end the HIV pandemic. Many scientists agree that the goal for an HIV vaccine is to stimulate the immune system to produce antibodies that can block virus from infecting cells and create durable protection. And because HIV has many variants and changes rapidly, researchers have worked to design vaccines that induce a special type of antibody called a broadly neutralizing antibody, BNAB for short, that can block many types of HIV. This is a relatively new approach in HIV vaccine design, only made possible by years of research into BNABs and how they develop. Why is such a vaccine so hard to develop? First and foremost, HIV is a very complex virus. The body's antibodies factories, called B cells, produce BNAbs rarely and after many specific interactions with HIV. It's been challenging for scientists to develop a vaccine to stimulate the right B cells since they are very uncommon in the human B cell population. And these B cells, once stimulated, need to expand in number and mature down the right path to produce BNAbs, a process that will likely require more than one vaccine. Scientists at IAVI and Scripps Research, under the direction of Professor William Schiff, designed an HIV vaccine candidate targeted specifically to initiate a response by a certain...
Oh, so that was a doctor, Dr. Schiff, and Schiff is the lab that Jordan works at. So the Schiff lab is actually a doctor's lab that he works at. Interesting.
Class of B cells. They evaluated this vaccine candidate called EOD-GT860MA in a phase 1 clinical trial. In this trial, known as IAVI G001, the vaccine candidate did exactly what it was supposed to do. 97% of volunteers who received the vaccine produced the desired immune response, a first key step on the path of creating BNAbs.
Wow, they say 97%. Wow, so this is breaking.
This is the first time scientists have seen evidence that this new approach to an HIV vaccine works. But we are not done. We've just taken the first step. Now scientists need to test sequential vaccines that guide the B cells even further along the path to produce mature, broadly neutralizing antibodies, BNAbs. With these promising results, our scientists are eager to continue this work.
Interesting. So here's the link to this video if you want it. That's crazy info. Let me see here. What else? Let's see. Okay. So here is this link again to this article, and we're going to read the last part, and then we're going to go into some of these videos here before we switch to the Idaho4 stuff. Oh, hold on one second. Contribution call out with pity with a super sticker. Thank you so much for the contribution. Where is the super sticker? Is that a banana peel? Is that a banana peel? What's up, Jordan? I'm just saying, like, from the beginning, I'm thinking sprinkle death, you know, something just never seemed right. We did read an article, both of what's his name? Jordan's parents believe that he was drugged and they were drugged and dragged out there. So we went through that article, and then we watched the interview with the stepbrother. This is crazy. And then, yeah, this is the one with the stepbrother right here. This is, so Jordan says, what is the one thing people would be surprised to know about you? And he says, I don't know if this is a surprise anymore, but I am a dog fanatic. I have 2 pit bull mixes I got from a rescue shelter, and they are the light of my life. They are named Sadie and Daisy. I love to take them for walks and go to the park. I even name my software packages after them. So there you go. You can see him sitting there on the computer with the pups. I don't know if it's a surprise, but maybe it is. So again, thank you, Kelly, for this link. This was meeting the IAVI scientists applying new and emerging technologies to one of the toughest challenges facing HIV vaccine researchers today. Jordan R. Willis, PhD, Senior Principal Scientist. Right there. All right, let's get in. to some of these videos here.
It's a bizarre case out of Kansas City. 3 friends found dead in a backyard.
Yeah, I mean, it's unheard of. Frozen to death behind a home where they just were, planning to watch the game. It happened earlier this month, and police say the bodies of David Harrington, Ricky Johnson, and Clayton McGinney were discovered January 9th after one of the men's fiancés asked police to go check on them. They had gone to a friend's home to watch the game against the Chargers. I believe this friend had a rental. They rented out, some sort of home to have this party. And then 2 days later, they were found dead. The homeowner, Jordan Willis, was found sleeping on the couch, claiming that he had no idea what happened. Police say that he's being cooperative, and at this time, the deaths are not being investigated as a homicide.
Police in Missouri are trying to figure out what happened in a Kansas City backyard. Are you fascinated with the story?
This is a crazy story.
This is something weird. I don't know. 3 men were found dead in a backyard after gathering to watch a football game.
Good Day Wake Up anchor Dan Bowens has more on this mysterious case. And Dan, not only because the bodies were found there, but because someone was inside the house for a couple of days leading up to this,
for
right?
a couple of days, and he said, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why those folks are in my backyard, but they are his friends. We do know that. This is a strange case we've been monitoring for a few days. And this morning, as the Kansas City Chiefs are preparing for their big AFC championship game, police in the city are investigating the mysterious deaths of 3 fans. The case now drawing national attention and a lot of scrutiny because there are plenty of questions. Now, here's how this all unfolded. About 2 weeks ago, those 3 fans gathered at the Kansas City home of their friend, Jordan Willis, on January 7th. This was the final game of the regular season and the last time they would be seen alive. A full 2 days after that game, David Harrington, Ricky Johnson, and Clayton McGinney were found frozen to death in the backyard of their friend Jordan Willis's home. When police approached Mr. Willis about the bodies, he claimed to have no idea. When pressed, he said he recalled seeing them leave through the front door at around midnight and doesn't know why they ended up in his backyard. Willis told investigators he was sleeping all of Monday. He was sleeping, and he didn't check the backyard. The trio was found Tuesday, January 9th, after Clayton McGinney's fiancée requested a welfare check. She says she texted Willis when McGinney didn't return home, but Willis says he didn't receive any text messages at all. Questions there. Willis's lawyer says his client is distraught after the deaths of his own friends.
He slept most of the morning on Monday. He got up, and at some point, he relocated to the bedroom, got up on Tuesday morning. He works from home. He had no reason to go in the backyard.
And you can see why there are so many questions here, because these explanations are just not holding up with grieving family members who want answers that quite simply make more sense.
Make no sense.
Moved out of that house, which is a rental. Victim autopsy reports, including toxicology reports, are still pending. And those toxicology reports could prove quite important. Some family members do believe that they think drugs may have been involved. Again, that's not confirmed at this time, and there are still plenty of questions for the person.
Yeah, Ricky Johnson's parents feel that. I felt it since the beginning. I don't know about dragged, but I don't know about dragged, but it ain't.
A brother of one of the 3.
It ain't the same.
Here's a bizarre case out of Kansas City.
All right, let me see here. How old is this one? Let's see. Yeah, the Philadelphia one.
3 Kansas City Chiefs fans, and I only mention that because of
What's up, Megs?
story, were found frozen
Ticket 87
in their own friend's backyard.
And the friend claims he had no idea they were there for 2 days.
2 days, Karen.
Karen has more details on this one.
Really unusual case. They all came over for a big party for a game. It's just the 5 friends coming over to watch the game together. So now the Kansas City police are awaiting the results of autopsies and toxicology from the medical examiner to determine the cause of death and how to proceed with the investigation. So the 3 men, all in their mid to late 30s, healthy guys there, go over to their buddy's house, whose name is Jordan Willis, and they watch the game, Chiefs Chargers, on January 7th. Then nobody sees them, and all of the families get really, really worried. And they go over and they knock on the door, and no one answers. Finally, one of the fiancés goes over, breaks into the house, finds a body on the back porch, calls police. They find the other 2 men frozen in the backyard. So then the homeowner tells police he saw his friends leave through the front door that night. He went to bed, he sleeps with headphones on and a loud fan, didn't hear anything, didn't hear anybody.
That's a good
knocking on his
question,
door.
too.
Said he stayed inside all day Monday and worked from home on Tuesday. And he was used to his friends leaving cars at his place, so didn't think anything of it. Didn't see the text from the worried family members. But the men's families and a fifth friend who was also there that night are not buying that account.
I'm furious. Everybody's furious. Nobody believes this story.
I personally think they got drugged and were drug out the back door and put in the backyard. I want to know exactly what happened.
This is a cover-up. Something's
Mhm.
wrong with the picture.
These are his buddies. Had he seen those guys out there, he would have gotten them help immediately.
So the families accused.
You're gonna let them walk. You're gonna usher them out the door without their phones, cell phones, their keys, their coats. Come on now.
The homeowner, Willis,
Come on now.
and his attorney of changing their story about, did they see them until they out the door?
Oh,
did
right?
they just go up to bed? So Willis has since.
Like I said from the beginning, three dudes like, huh? The way you answer the door to the cops, like, yo, but you don't hear somebody, like, there's so many different things. It's like, no, sprinkle death. There's some kind of substance going on. And if you think that this show hasn't explored that, you haven't been in the show for a few days, because ever since we started talking about it, hello, it just makes sense.
Moved
It
out of
just
the
makes
house,
sense.
and again, we're still awaiting those reports on the toxicology.
Yeah, when did he plan to move out of the house? That's what I'm asking. When did he plan to move out of the house? All right, so we went into Ricky Johnson's parents and how they felt in the beginning. Now we're going to be going into one of these other articles here. There's a couple more articles I'm going to get through. So let me see here. Let me make sure that's the fullest. Let's scoot this up. Right about there. All right. So now we'll get through this document here. There's a couple of them, or report. So this is the fifth man contradicts. So we went into Ricky Johnson's parents, his mom, his dad, how they felt. That's what I thought from the beginning. I mean, it just makes the most sense. I mean, you just look at everything going on. And that's before looking up anybody's personal shit. It's just what's already there. Jordan Willis has since moved out of his Kansas City home after 3 of his friends were found dead on his property 2 days after he hosted a Chiefs watch party. Now, when was he planned? Did he make this plan to move out right away? Or was this something that he had already been planning? Now we got a sister. I think it's a sister that a niece. We're going to go into a niece's story after this. So here's this real quick.
It was.
What happened? Why did it do that? That's weird. All right. So that was the mother. And let me see here. Now this is a niece. Ricky Johnson's niece is speaking out as well. So it said Stephanie Walling, which is Ricky Johnson's niece, told NBC News the 3 men had been friends since high school. She also said she was not familiar with the resident of the home. Whoops, let me do that there. It was devastating because I just want to know what happened. I just want to know how things went down, Walling said. Even if we don't know the answer, it will always be something that kind of lingers in the back of my head because it's not something I'd wish on anybody. And I'm just thinking of him going through it. It hurts. Adriana Juarez, Johnson's former partner, who she shared the child with, told NBC News on January 24th he was very close with their 4-year-old daughter. We're just really sad, Boris said. It's crazy, and I can't just believe he's gone, and my daughter will never see her father anymore. Boris said she has not heard from or spoken to the authorities more than 2 weeks after Johnson and the other 2 men were found deceased. So this is an insane story, and I just want answers, Boris said. Someone has to know something. It's just an odd story. It doesn't add up. Nothing makes sense. Lori Cruz, the partner of David Harrington, described himself as selfless and her ride or die for the past 17 years. He saved a stranger and his dog's lives on the way to work. He got up in the middle of the night to help a friend. That car broke down an hour away, and he helped the homeless. He was a solid guy with a ton of selfless love, Cruz wrote in a statement to NBC News. He was smart, very funny, gentle, and kind. He was helping raise my 2 kids. He truly loved us, no doubt. Cruz added that Harrington didn't do substances and was strong about not doing them. He was very physically strong, too. My kids bet him money he could not lift our couch above his head, and he did it. So he was strong enough to break a door, wall, or window, Cruz said. Cruz said her family is struggling every second of the day. Our house is empty without him, and our hearts are beyond crushed, Cruz said. My kids and I don't understand how he, of all people, would be mixed up in this mystery. He made so many promises to us and to my children. So no arrests have been made yet, obviously. The resident of the home was cooperative with police on the day the bodies were discovered, according to police. Police did not identify the resident, and he has not been charged with the crime. This is obviously old. It says Walling created a GoFundMe to raise money for Johnson's funeral expenses. She said her uncle, the father of the 3 daughters, was a very caring person and the biggest Kansas City Chiefs fan she knew. Walling said she just wants to bring awareness to what's going on and hopefully bring answers out because there were so many questions and not very many answers. So it's all about the families' responses this evening, and we got them all. Now, there's one more thing here I'm going to show you. This is, let me see. I think this is Ricky Johnson's family, but this is from Twitter, so I'm going to share this. And this is from, I think it was from yesterday. So here's this. And we'll get into the Idaho4 stuff here in a few.
37, Ricky Johnson, 38, Clayton McGeeney, 36. The father of one of the men who was found dead in the yard, Ricky Johnson Sr., joins us now. I'm very sorry to meet you under these circumstances. I know speaking isn't the easiest thing for you to do, but everybody's going to understand what your message is on this story, Ricky. I promise you that. What do you believe happened to your son?
And again, we also, I know it's a little hard to hear. Again, we went into the articles in the beginning of the show. We went into the articles about Ricky Johnson's father, Ricky Johnson's mother, what they were stating. So you're probably going to hear the same things that we already read from earlier in the show. The audio is kind of yang, but it's an actual video. So, you know, it ain't the greatest.
They were drugged in some kind of drug, and then they were drugged outside and left in the snow to die. And I don't know why. I don't know what went on, but I believe that because you can't have 3 grown men like that laying in the backyard, supposedly freezing to death. Well, they would have kicked the doors in and gotten the house. So I really believe they were drugged and then laid back there, and he didn't call the police for 2 days.
Very weird thing to do. we'd have to understand motive. But the first question is, because it's just, you have to admit that's a very bizarre thing to do if you're trying to separate yourself from a criminal activity, putting them in your own yard. But was your son someone who abused drugs? I'm sorry to ask the question. I know you just lost him, but it's something that we'd have to know.
I don't believe he abused drugs. I know he did some drugs. I don't know what time, but I don't believe he was abusing. He didn't have to go to rehab or anything like that. So, you know, I think they were partying and everybody did.
I understand. And why do you believe that the friend Willis, do you know him? Do you know this Jordan Willis?
No.
Never met him. Never heard anything about him from Ricky?
No, nothing.
It's
The only
interesting.
thing I ever heard was Boyd said the guy wasn't quite right. He said mentally he was a little off.
I think you just said that your son had said that he wasn't quite right, that he was something off about him.
Interesting.
You remembered Ricky saying that, but obviously he was still cool hanging out with him because that's where he was at the house that night.
Correct. Yeah, so all three of them went over there.
Something
All right,
was
And
off.
just one last question for you, and know that until this is solved, we'll stay on it. We're always a phone call away, okay? We're here as you get more information. What are the police telling you right now?
Police won't even talk to it. We called probably 15 times. They don't return our call. I called the sheriff. He hasn't returned my call.
Really?
About Bernie. He's on it now. So we're just, and now what day?
My guess is, Ricky, you're going
I'm gonna rewind it just a little bit. Said something's not quite right.
Never
What?
heard anything about him. Believe that the friend Willis, do you know him? Do you know this Jordan Willis?
Ooh, 1 second here. Hold on. Danny, thank you so much. Contribution call out. Thank you so much for the super chat, for the Pitbull Incense Fund. Thank you, CJ Mods, and all your great civil adult conversations you made the last 3 months a bit less awful for me. Thank you so much, Danny. And thank you for the beautiful, kind words. Appreciate that. Is StreamYard gonna work? There we go, StreamYard. What the hell's going on with StreamYard? So he said somebody said that he what?
Never met him. Never heard anything about him from Ricky.
No, nothing. The only thing I ever heard was Boyd said the guy wasn't quite right. He said mentally he was a little off.
I think you just said that your son had said that he wasn't quite right, that he was something off about him. You remembered Ricky saying that, but obviously he was still cool hanging out with him because that's where he was at the house that night.
Something not
Yeah,
quite
all
right.
three of them went over there.
All right, and just one last question for you, and know that until this is solved, we'll.
So he said something was not. Ricky Johnson said to him that something is not quite right about him, but still went over there. What?
The only thing I ever heard was Boyd said the guy wasn't quite right. He said mentally he was a little off.
I think you just said that your son had said that he wasn't quite right, that he was something off about him. You remembered Ricky saying that, but obviously he was still cool hanging out with him because that's where he was at the house that night.
Yo, Cuomo, dig deeper into that, bro. Like, what about it? Like, what the hell? Dig deeper, bro. What do you do?
Right. Yeah, it's all three.
What's
of them
not
went over
quite
there.
right? You know what I'm saying? What's not quite right? Who said that? Was there a situation that made him say that? Like, what examples? Like, what the hell, bro? Something's going on with my StreamYard, guys. My comments are disappearing. I'm trying to switch shit. It's not working. I don't know. Something's weird. Now my comments pop back up. Jeopardy on Fent. Something. Son never said anything about him. Son, both can't be true. I could take I don't know. I could take that as he didn't hear anything about him except that something wasn't right. That's how I take it. Yoli, thank you so much for the Pitbull Innocence Fund and Adult Behaviors. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. That's crazy, man. Jeopardy is a drinking game too. Oh, I'm sure. No, I'm not saying I'm confused, Danny. I'm saying he probably never heard anything about, in response to what you were saying. It could be saying, no, I never heard anything about him. And I just heard that he was, that's how I took it. I didn't take it. I don't think I took it as literal as you are. You know what I'm saying? Because I could be like, yeah, it's like 8:30, quarter till. It's a general kind of thing. Ticket 87, thank you, nothing half-assed. Didn't sound like Dad, said Ricky. Sound like Gwen. Let's rewind it again. Doesn't this remind you of the Karen Reed case, frozen outside, dogs involved? Well, that's the thing. The dogs were at the parents' house. But then when we look at his thing on his job thing, like, what's the most interesting thing about you? And he was saying that his dogs are like that, the beauty of his life, and he names his software packages after him. And so who knows? I mean, the dogs could have easily been at his parents' house because he knew they're rescued animals, and maybe he had a hard time controlling rescued animals around strangers, and so he took them to his parents' house. So then the dogs weren't bothering people, at the party. But I don't think the dogs were involved. I mean, if the dogs were involved, I think there would be injuries that shows that there was foul play involved, because I don't know how a dog can do anything to a human and have no signs of foul play, right? So I don't get that part. See you later, Ann. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. I don't get that part. But so I don't know where the dogs come in. That's just crazy. I could just see him. He said they were rescue animals, and maybe they're not good around, other people. They get jealous or something. So he took them to the parents and for the party. Who knows?
Boyd said the guy wasn't quite right. He said been leaving a little off.
I think you just.
That's what I want to know. Like, did he plan to move before, like, or was this a last minute kind of move? Because that's crazy.
Said that your son had said that he wasn't quite right, that he was something off about him. You remembered Ricky saying that, but obviously he was still cool hanging out with him because that's where he was at the house that night.
Yeah, because he had a party that night. You know what I mean? They're rescue dogs, so they're not always going to be well behaved, especially around other people. So I could see him leaving him over there to babysit, right? I'm not sure, Wapiti. I don't know.
Right, that he was something off about him. You remembered Ricky know him? Do you know this Jordan Willis?
No.
Never met him. Never heard anything about him from Ricky?
No, nothing. The only thing I ever...
He never said... So that's where some are confused. The dad didn't say he didn't know anything. That's Cuomo asking the question. He just said no. But I think he was answering no to the previous question. So for the very literal, make sure you watch this part.
And why do you believe that the friend Willis, do you know him? Do you know this Jordan Willis?
No.
Never met him. Never heard anything about him from Ricky?
No, nothing. The only thing I ever heard was Boyd said the guy wasn't quite right. He said mentally he was a little off.
I think you just.
One thing here, let me turn. Oh, there is no closed captioning. I don't think he says Gwen. And I don't see. He just answering no. He never met him. Only thing he heard was one thing.
The friend Willis. Do you know him? Do you know this Jordan Willis?
No.
Never met him. Never heard anything about him from Ricky.
No, nothing. The only thing I ever heard was Boyd said the guy wasn't quite right.
Once said the guy wasn't quite right. Not when, but once. Once he said, no, I don't know nothing. Haven't heard nothing. The one time I did hear once when he said he wasn't quite right. So here's the link to this. That's just what I'm getting out of it. And I don't see anything. Like, the dad's just answering a question. No, he doesn't know anything about him. He just heard one time that he wasn't quite right. I would have. Maybe he did, Pamela. But if you notice, Cuomo then goes to a different question. That's what I was saying a minute ago. Like, you need to push. Like, what instance? What was said? You know, what made them feel that way? Like, go into the different parts of that, because that is huge. And Cuomo just changes the question.
He said mentally he was a little off.
Mentally, he was a little off. He wasn't quite right. Mentally, he was a little off. So Ricky Jordan told his dad that he wasn't quite right. Something was mentally off.
Boyd said the guy wasn't quite right. He said mentally he was a little off.
I think you just said that your son had said that he wasn't quite right, that he was something off about him. You remembered Ricky saying that, but obviously he was still cool hanging out with him because that's where he was.
So he said you remember him saying it. So it's not a Gwen or anybody else that told him. This was Ricky that told his dad that. I don't know, Mishy girl. It drives me nuts too, because it's not only me, it's everybody. I mean, hell, you have other people like saying, hey, make sure you come back at this time, because you can't rely on YouTube to even notify people of a live. Not to mention YouTube doing this, but then there's like some kind of notification issue where people aren't getting notified of the lives. How many times do you guys come in and say, damn, I didn't even know you were live because I didn't get a notification? And this is how they take care of the people that are. I just don't understand. It makes it very difficult for us content creators for that shit in the first place. So here's the link to this if you'd like to have it for yourself. If you want to send me some information, go ahead and send it to any of these locations.
At the house that night.
Right. Yeah, so all three of them went over there.
All right. And just one last question for you. And know that until this is solved, we'll stay on it. We're always a phone call away. Okay.
See, I don't know why he didn't go into more like examples, situations, like what about it? Like what examples, what situation, what instance, what event, like why did he feel that way? Come on, Cuomo.
We're here as you get more information. What are the police telling you right now?
I know, detective.
We won't even talk to it.
Right?
We called probably 15 times. They don't return our call. I called the sheriff. He hasn't returned my call.
Really?
Oh, Yoli, this has been happening. Everybody, this shit's been happening for fucking ever. It had nothing to do with your phone burned in the fireplace. How in the hell did your phone get into the fireplace anyway? how does that happen? Damn. How does that even happen? One of the friends he went to school with? Yeah, this is the father of Ricky Johnson.
He's on it now.
Ricky Johnson told his dad that something wasn't quite right about Jordan Willis and that he seemed off mentally.
And now one day,
my guess is, Ricky, you're going to get some attention when they know. I mean, look, you've been talking to the media already, but we're going to start calling the police and try to find out. I mean, that's part of the job is being in touch with the victims' families. A lot of this doesn't make sense. I'm not questioning your credibility. I'm saying the story doesn't make sense. So, Ricky Johnson, we're on it, and I'm very sorry for the loss to your family, and we're a phone call away.
Really, really appreciate all the help you can give us.
All right. Ricky Johnson Sr., thank you very much. Again, condolences to your family.
Yeah.
I told you, it doesn't make sense.
So many questions.
Right? And that's
right.
weird for the police. I mean, you call him 15 times. He's upset. His father, he just lost his son. Very unusual for a department to not be in touch. All right, now let's flip it to the other side. The lawyer for Jordan Willis, he's the guy who lives in the house who supposedly hosted this watch party. There have been some different stories, though. So let's bring in counsel, John Paserno. It's good to have you. Did I say your name right?
Y'all need to settle down. Y'all need to settle down. Chris does prep work.
You did. Thank you, Chris, for having me.
All right. So, sir, you are already familiar with the suggestion from Mr. Johnson. Tell us, what does your client say happened that night?
Sure. There's been a lot of factual inaccuracies about what took place. And
some of y'all are crazy.
One here with the show this evening. The guys were not watching the football game at Jordan's house. They were watching the football game at the fifth individual's house, who at the end of the evening ended up over at Jordan's house. So that's
how many times?
That's one of the reasons I wanted to come on, because I wanted to square some of these loose ends up that are floating around.
Good. That's why I want you here. So they watched the game somewhere else, then went to your client's
Jordan's
house. For what reason?
To watch Jeopardy.
They went over to hang out and socialize. These guys are pretty tight. 4 of the 5 of them that went over there, they went to high school together here locally in Kansas City. So they've known each other for 20 to 25 years. The 5th individual, he was an acquaintance of one of these guys, and Jordan had known him for 2 or 3 years. So they're hanging out over there. They're playing some kind of games. At some point late, Jordan believes it was around midnight. The 5th individual decides that he's going to leave, and he does leave. That leaves the 3 young men who were deceased at my client's house. Jordan feels as though it was another hour or so, hour and a half, 2 hours. He doesn't know. He started to get tired, so we're talking now early morning hours of Monday morning, that he's kind of laying on the couch. He wants to go to sleep. They're making their way out the front door. They say their goodbyes. And that's the last time that Jordan sees them, is when they leave and walk out the front door.
Does he say that they were doing drugs? Were they partying? It's not a judgment thing. It's just to understand the circumstances.
Understood, Chris. And at this time, until the police have concluded their investigation, that's an area I really don't want to comment on for a variety of reasons.
Right. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, your client's going to have some trouble here for a while, at a minimum, while they're trying to figure out the cause of death. They found him in the backyard. The loved ones say they were trying to reach your client and they couldn't get him. Social media knocking on the door, that he was ducking them, essentially.
Yeah, and that's not true at all. There were 2 calls that were placed, or messages, I guess, that were sent to his phone, both on the Tuesday afternoon, late afternoon. One was from the 5th man that was there. It was a couple hours before the police arrived at his house at approximately 9:50 p.m. And the other was from either the wife or the fiance of someone else. That was a Facebook. I don't know. They've been together all day Sunday. I don't know that you call your buddies up, on Monday after you've spent all day Sunday with him. He didn't. He had no knowledge that they were missing. And he didn't know anything until the police came to his house.
This gets crazier by the freaking day.
The guy's a scientist, I understand. Is that right? He works at his house?
This gets crazier by the day.
Yes, sir. He works from home. He's a scientist. He does HIV vaccine research.
This is a very weird situation. Do you have any suggestion as to how these three grown men, one of them supposedly without a coat, wound up outside frozen in the yard?
Sure. One of the things I did want to get at here, Chris, if I could, is there's been some of the reporters that were involved, there's been some statements attributable to Jordan that he in fact said that they froze to death. That's not true. The reporters first contacted Jordan's sister and told her that there were three people that were dead. They somehow tracked her down to an association with this residence. When she found that out, she didn't know whether Jordan was one of the three men that had passed away. And she called him right away, obviously. He was distraught. He was shook up. He tells her, and I'm going to quote this, I don't want to misstate this. The police found three of my friends frozen in the backyard last night. That somehow down the road gets changed to these guys froze to death.
Right.
Those words never came out of his mouth. And I try to tell everybody this, Chris, you got to understand, these guys are tight. These guys are friends. They hang out. They watch the Chiefs game every week. Jordan had actually purchased tickets for the five of them to go to the next game the next week. He had absolutely no reason to harm these people. And I'd like to address, and obviously we feel very sorry, and he's lost three close friends. He's devastated. He feels very sorry for the families, as we all do. But there is no evidence to support these bodies being dragged anywhere in the backyard.
Right.
When law enforcement came to his door and woke him up, he answered the door. He voluntarily spoke with them without an attorney. He answered all of their questions. He voluntarily consented to a search of their house. They searched the house. You know this, Chris. You were a prosecutor. If there had been any indication that these bodies had been dragged anywhere, we would have heard about it. And the police would not have been so quick to say there was no foul play involved and that this is not a homicide investigation. So that simply didn't happen. And I understand they're hurting and they want to lash out at people. But a good close friend of your sons and loved one is not the person to lash out at.
I understand your perspective. Please extend the invitation with your assistance to your client. Nothing's as compelling as the person involved themselves, but I appreciate you correcting the record and putting out his position.
This
on
is
these,
crazy.
Very troubling questions, because this situation just doesn't make sense. Counsel,
No, and Chris, I would tell you that once the autopsy has been concluded, at that time, I think it would be an appropriate time for all of us to talk again.
I'm happy to have you on. It's an open invitation. I'm not here to jam up your
Interesting.
client. I'm here to figure out what happened, because the situation doesn't make sense. So thank you very much, counsel. I'm a phone call away. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Interesting. Wow. That's interesting. So let me share the link to that again. And then once the autopsy comes out, they're going to be excited. Well, the fifth guy came out and said something. The fifth? Come on, StreamYard. What is going on with my StreamYard? The fifth guy came out and said something yesterday or the day before. And was like, yo, they were still alive and we were chilling in the room watching TV when I left. Everybody was in the same room when I left, according to the fifth guy. Now, but why? Okay, why? I need to go through each of these frickin' interviews that this guy had in order. Because I want to know, why wouldn't this have been said earlier, right? That the party wasn't even at his house. Let's go to this again. And then we'll get on this Idaho4 topic here. Here we go.
So let's bring in counsel, John Paserno. It's good to have you. Did I say your name right?
You did. Thank you, Chris, for having me.
All right. So, sir, you are already familiar with the suggestion from Mr. Johnson. Tell us, what does your client say happened that night?
Sure. There's been a lot of factual inaccuracies about what took place, and you led off one here with the show this evening. The guys were not watching the football game at Jordan's house. They were watching the football game at the fifth individual's house, who at the end of the evening ended up over at Jordan's house. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to come on, because I wanted to square some of these loose ends up that are floating around.
Good. That's why I want you here. So they watched the game somewhere else, then went to your client's
Jordan's
house. For what reason?
They went over to hang out and socialize. These guys are pretty tight. 4 of the 5 of them that went over there, they went to high school together here locally in Kansas City. So they've known each other for 20 to 25 years. The 5th individual, he was an acquaintance of one of these guys, and Jordan had known him for 2 or 3 years. So they're hanging out over there. They're playing some kind of games. At some point late, Jordan believes it was around midnight. The 5th individual decides that he's going to leave, and he does leave. That leaves the 3 young men who were deceased at my client's house. Jordan feels as though it was another hour or so, hour and a half, 2 hours. He doesn't know. He started to get tired, so we're talking now early morning hours of Monday morning.
Early morning?
That he's kind of laying on the couch. He wants to go to sleep. They're making their way out the front door. They say their goodbyes, and that's the last time that Jordan sees them, is when they leave and walk out the front door.
Does he say that they were doing drugs?
The early morning hours? So this was fucking way overnight? Right, Sandra? This was way overnight. And now he's like, well, you started off with an inaccuracy. Everybody's been talking this whole fucking time about how the party was at Jordan's. The party was at Jordan's this whole time. That's what we've been talking. I need, on the next episode, because we're going to be talking mostly Idaho4. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about this tomorrow. But don't you, okay, listen, don't you think that this lawyer would have came out and said this shit a while ago? With all of this heat being on Jordan and all of the focus being on the property, wouldn't, I mean, there's been how many people that have said, I don't know, man, I need to see this lawyer's fucking interviews in order. Because he starts off this interview, you're saying something's inaccurate, but then, dude, you've had how many chances to correct people about, like, this is your client? I would have thought in the very beginning you would have said, Mike, it wasn't even at the party wasn't even at my client's property. What the fuck?
Counsel, John Paserno. It's good to have you. Did I say your name right?
You did. Thank you, Chris, for having me.
All right. So, sir, you are already familiar with the suggestion from Mr. Johnson. Tell us, what does your client say happened that night?
Sure. There's been a lot of factual inaccuracies about what took place, and you led off one here with the show this evening.
See what I'm saying?
The guys were not watching the football game at Jordan's house. They were watching the football game at the 5th individual's house, who at the end of the evening ended up over at Jordan's house. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to come on, because I wanted to square some of these.
That's one of the reasons you wanted to come on?
Good. That's why I want you here. So they watched the game somewhere else, then went to your client's house. For what reason?
They went over to hang out and socialize. These guys are pretty tight. 4 of the 5 of them that went over there, they went to high school together here locally in Kansas City. So they've known each other for 20 to 25 years. The 5th individual, he was an acquaintance of one of these guys, and Jordan had known him for 2 or 3 years. So they're hanging out over there. They're playing some kind of games. At some point late, Jordan believes it was around midnight. The fifth individual decides that he's going to leave, and he does leave. That leaves the three young men who were deceased at my client's house. Jordan feels as though it was another hour or so, hour and a half, 2 hours. He doesn't know. He started to get tired, so we're talking now early morning hours of Monday morning. That he's kind of laying on the couch. He wants to go to sleep. They're making their way out the front door. They say their goodbyes, and that's the last time that Jordan sees them is when they leave and walk out the front door.
Does he say that they were doing drugs? Were they partying? It's not a judgment thing. It's just to understand the circumstances.
Understood, Chris. And at this time, until the police have concluded their investigation, that's an area I really don't want to comment on for a variety of reasons.
Right. Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, your client's going to have some trouble here
I don't know.
for a while, at a minimum, while they're trying to figure out the cause of death. They found him in the backyard. The loved ones say they were trying to reach your client and they couldn't get him. Social media knocking on the door, that he was ducking them essentially.
Yeah, and that's not true at all. There were two calls that were placed, or messages, I guess, that were sent to his phone, both on the Tuesday afternoon, late afternoon. One was from the fifth man that was there. It was a couple hours before the police arrived at his house at approximately 9:50 p.m. And the other was from either the wife or the fiance or someone else. That was a Facebook message. Neither of those messages did he receive prior to the police coming to his door and him speaking with police.
If he's tight with these guys, why wasn't he reaching out to them the next day like friends normally would?
And it is interesting, though, the fifth person also reached out to him. So if the fifth person was being shady, would he reach out to him? So that's a key part. The fifth person reached out to the home renter, Mr. Willis, and he didn't even he didn't even reach him back. So that is a key part. The fifth person did reach out to Mr. Willis.
Yeah, I don't know. They've been together all day Sunday. I don't know that you call your buddies up, on Monday after you've spent all day Sunday with him.
Right, Katrina?
He had no knowledge that they were missing, and he didn't know anything until the police came to his house Tuesday evening.
The guy's a scientist, I understand. Is that right? He works at his house?
Yes, sir. He works from home. He's a scientist. He does HIV vaccine research.
This is a very weird situation. Do you have any suggestion as to how these three grown men, one of them supposedly without a coat, wound up outside frozen in the yard?
Sure. One of the things I did want to get at here, Chris, if I could, is there's been some of the reporters that were involved, there's been some statements attributable to Jordan that he in fact said that they froze to death. That's not true. The reporters first contacted Jordan's sister and told her that there were three people that were dead. They somehow tracked her down to an association with this residence. When she found that out, she didn't know whether Jordan was one of the three men that had passed away. And she called him right away, obviously. He was distraught. He was shook up. He tells her, and I'm going to quote this, I don't want to misstate this. The police found three of my friends frozen in the backyard last night. That somehow down the road gets changed to these guys froze to death.
Right.
Those words never came out of his mouth. And I try to tell everybody this, Chris, you got to understand, these guys are tight. These guys are friends. They hang out. They watch the Chiefs game every week. Jordan had actually purchased tickets for the five of them to go to the next game the next week. He had absolutely no reason to harm these people. And I'd like to address, and obviously.
Damn, that has to be some fucking money, yo. To buy 5 playoff tickets for the fucking Chiefs for the game next weekend. What? Those had to be expensive.
We feel very sorry and
damn.
He's lost 3 close friends. He's devastated. He feels very sorry for the families, as we all do. But there is no evidence to support these bodies being dragged anywhere in the backyard. When law enforcement came to his door and woke him up, he answered the door. He voluntarily spoke with them without an attorney. He answered all of their questions. He voluntarily consented to a search of their house. They searched the house. You know this, Chris. You were a prosecutor. If there had been any indication that these bodies had been dragged anywhere, we would have heard about it. And the police would not have been so quick to say there was no foul play involved and that this is not a homicide investigation. So that simply didn't happen. And I understand they're hurting and they want to lash out at people. But a good close friend of your son's and loved one is not the person to lash out at.
Man, I don't know. This guy's creating too many damn problems too. But this is what I'm wondering. Is he being told this new information as this day goes on? Is he being told these stories from Jordan, and he has to then relay the information? You know what I mean? It's hard for me to believe that this lawyer is going rogue and changing. Think about it. That's like day one of him being a lawyer. Consistency, right? The consistency of what you're telling, the consistency of what you're relaying to these media outlets. Consistency means a lot. So it's hard for me to see this lawyer and blaming him for the inconsistencies that he's relaying. I think the inconsistencies are coming from his client. Because when new things are coming out and people are asking different questions, then that's when he's going back to his client saying, look, I'm going to be talking to Cuomo. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. Let's, what do you want me to say to this now? What do you, they're having their meetings. To me, the inconsistency is coming from the client. Because I don't see how that's where, like, my word is my bond. Like, yo, the consistency. That's what you rely on. Ticket 96. Thank you, Cherry. Appreciate that. That's what you rely on. Consistency. That's where you build truth and trust. Is like, okay, well, it's the same story. Yeah, well, you're hearing this and this. You had so many times to correct this, to all these other media outlets about your client and how. Don't you think this would be one of the first things he would have said if his client first would have said something? Is like, yo, y'all need to quit attacking my client. The party, yeah, they ended up here. I don't know what. Hey, that's more distance. The fact that the party was somebody else is more distance from his client. I don't know. That just doesn't make sense to me. All right, give me 1 second. We'll get into the Idaho4 stuff here in a second. We'll get into, there's some new documents and a bunch of new stuff we're going to be going into, plus another report from Kevin Reichart regarding what took place today when it comes to that trial. And just give me 1 second. I'm checking the breaking news real quick to see if there's any. Oh, there is a new interview. Hold on. This is from 35 minutes ago. This is Cuomo again. So that was from yesterday. This one is from just 30 minutes ago. Hold on. And this is the lawyer again.
Is true. There is still a question. This has to be about drugs. If it, or, booze, drugs, whatever it is. Because if they're not shot and they're not stabbed, and they're all dead.
And they're not bit by a dog.
It just strains come.
Stop with the dogs. And if they're not bit by a dog, come on now.
And they're not stabbed. And
the puppy's not going to go, here, human, here, human, here you go. Here, human. The dog's not doing it.
They're all dead. It just strains common sense to believe they could have wound up in this predicament if it wasn't done to them without drugs.
Everything's going to be, well, the first hearing is sealed at 11. I don't know. Now, I would assume the second one will be the one that's at 1 o'clock Pacific time, 3 o'clock Central, but I'm going to be live from 11 here. I'll share that with you guys real quick. I'll be live from like 11 to 6 Central tomorrow, covering if there's any updates, anything that comes out, whatever it is, you know, just like anytime there is a court hearing, we always got it. Yeah, it's on Judge's YouTube channel as well. Yeah. So if you would like that, here's the link to Judge if you're not subscribed. And I will be live from like 11 to 6. And then we're going to be having a game night after that. We're going to be doing The Price is Right tomorrow night. And then here's John Judge YouTube channel. If you'd like to go sub, here's the link for that. So just like always, anything that drops, we'll be live. We'll be having it. And we got a lot of other stuff to get into tomorrow. So we're going to be filling it with time. We're going to be filling time with a whole bunch of stuff. And then anything that drops live right off the bat, we'll already know. So the court hearing, the first one, the sealed one's not starting until 11 a.m. Pacific time. So you're not going to have any updates, you know, until probably after, it's going to be a sealed hearing. So you're not going to have any updates at all in the morning period whatsoever. Everything is going to be coming out afternoon, and therefore after that, and whatever does come out, we're going to be live covering it. So again, if you want to, don't trust the notification, right? Because you don't even know if the freaking notification works. But again, there's the link for that. And like I said, we'll be on at 11 a.m. Central, 12 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So even if you don't get a notification, you know I'm going to be live anyway. Oh, yes. Just wait, everybody. Me and the mods tested it out. You can see our test over at the lounge. I did a stream at the lounge when we were testing it, and we'll be introducing that tonight. We're going to use the StreamYard giveaway tool, and then that's gonna announce the next contestant. And so if you want to see a sneak peek, you can go to the lounge and check out the live that we did a couple days ago when we were testing it, or you can just hang back tomorrow night. So it'll be like an hour, like around an hour and a half, 2 hours after we're done with this live tomorrow is when we'll be doing the game show, and we'll just be doing games tomorrow night for a few hours as we hang out, because it's going to be a long day tomorrow. We're going to be going through so much stuff. We're going to be waiting for the live updates, information. I'm going to be going through my Instagram, my Twitter, my Gmail, my email, my Discord, going through all the things that you guys have been sending me over the last few weeks, stuff that I haven't got to yet. So we'll be doing a lot of shit tomorrow when it comes, and we'll probably, you know, if there's any live updates when it comes to the Kansas City 3 case and stuff like that, we'll obviously do that too. But that's what we got on the plans for tomorrow. All right, so this is the latest one that just came out a half an hour ago. Speaking of, I got something exciting to tell you guys. The lounge is my second channel, Cat's Puppy Love. It's Evil CJ's Lounge. If you want, you can either just search Evil CJ Lounge, or here's the link if you want to go check it out. But that's where I'm going to be starting to do some other streams over there I'm gonna be starting to do other stuff over there with different things. But if you want to go check it out, you can see it. It was a game test title or something. It's the last live that we did, and yeah, you can check it out and see what it's like. It's gonna be cool, and you don't even have to join panel to play. You can play from chat. So even if you're not able to join panel, you're more than welcome to join panel as a contestant. But if you're not able to, you can still be a contestant in The Price is Right. It's going to be fun as hell. But no, we'll be streaming the game night over on this channel. We do the game nights here. Over there, it's just other stuff. All right. So this is the latest interview from the lawyer.
So if all of that is true, there is still a question. This has to be about drugs. If it, or, booze, drugs, whatever it is. Because if they're not shot and they're not stabbed and they're all dead.
What's up, Rob?
It just strains
Ticket
common
98.
sense to believe they could have wound up in this predicament if it wasn't done to them without drugs. It is the elephant in the room. What is the position of your client?
As I told you last night, Chris, I'm not in a position to comment on that at this time for a variety of reasons, not just on behalf of Jordan. And when and if the toxicology report comes out and when we get it, I'd certainly be happy to comment on it at that time. I'm not going to speculate about the activity and the behavior of other people who were not in the presence of my client at some point in time that evening or early morning hours.
And look, we both understand the dilemma, okay? If the tox comes out and they had whatever it is in it that makes this a more understandable situation, he's now going to be chasing his responsibility as opposed to being in front of it and owning what happened that night.
Yeah.
And one of those is a much more satisfying thing in terms of credibility. You're aware that is the dilemma here.
Yeah.
No, I don't see it that way. And,
wow.
He has an attorney and I'm representing his best interest. And he did nothing wrong. And that's what we're saying. That's what we're maintaining. And that's what we're going to say, no matter what comes back in that autopsy report.
Right. Well, something's going to come back. And I will give you a platform at that time. And we'll discuss it because things just never don't make sense.
Yeah.
Eventually, it will make sense and responsibility will lie where it does, and we'll take it to its logical conclusion. John Paserno, thank you very much for being with us
Chris,
again. Yes,
I would like to address those the phone calls and the text messages if I could, since the reporter left that hanging out there.
Go ahead, because the initial suggestion was he only got a Facebook message and nobody was really trying to get him. Malik says that's not true because the fifth friend says that he was getting messages and he was trying to find him and he wasn't getting his messages answered either. So what is it?
So I have sent your staff the records, his phone records, which I acquired this afternoon, and also the text message records. And during that period of time, the phone calls that came in on the early morning hour after the game on the 7th and the early morning hours of the 8th, all the way to the 8th, and then all the way to the 9th when the police came, the only calls that came in were one from his dad, which we recognize the number, and you have the actual numbers. And then the other calls, there were 8 of them that came in from what is a dummy number. He has a robo-killer app on his phone. And so when calls come in that are unrecognized or for whatever reason.
Whoa, dude, this guy's getting upset. Dude, this guy's like spilling beans like a mother. And we got another video after this
afternoon. And also the text message records.
What?
And during that period of time, the phone calls that came in on the early morning hour after the game on the 7th and the early morning hours of the 8th, all the way to the 8th, and then all the way to the 9th when the police came. The only calls that came in were one from his dad, which we recognize the number, and you have the actual numbers. And then the other calls, there were 8 of them that came in from what is a dummy number. He has a robo-killer app on his phone. And so when calls come in that are unrecognized or for whatever reason, they read as this dummy number. I've dialed this dummy number myself. It's a non-existent number. You get a message saying whatever. It's a dummy number. And then the only other call that came in was all zeros, a call that he blocked again from a RoboCop.
What was
that text message?
Yeah.
RoboTip. Yeah. As far as the text messages go, what you have, there are a series of incoming text messages.
Damn, I'm gonna tell you right now, this is where we're gonna get our information here. This lawyer's like coming out every time, like, look, I need to correct something. Dang, man.
That's all we have. There are no outgoing text messages. So the corollary to that, what goes along with what makes sense to that is when you and I get a text message, typically we're going to respond. If somebody texts you and says, hey, these 3 guys are missing, and they're your friend, you're going to respond. If Alex had said, if someone had said to him, the text message came in, why don't you respond? You would respond to your friend, right? That's what you would do.
Maybe.
The reporter wanted to twist my words when I said he didn't receive any messages. And technically I'm right. His phone received the messages. If you don't look at it, you did not receive the messages. I guess I should have said he didn't read the messages. And yes, as far as the text message from his friend, he did not tell me about that. And when I was informed of that, I asked him about that. And then he told me that's right. So there's 2 text messages, or excuse me, a Facebook message and a text message. And neither one he got before the police arrived at his home.
All right.
But the phone records that you have are consistent with him. If you look at them, the calls were early in the morning.
Yeah,
and
we
then
have
his
them.
dad called at noon and he picked up. He didn't pick up any in the morning. He didn't pick up any in the evening when he would have been sleeping. There were no other phone calls. And the text messages, the same way, there's no outgoing text messages those 2 days.
Right.
Which, as you know, who can stay off their phone for 2 days straight unless you're principally sleeping it out of it and you don't have your phone around you? So everything is consistent with what he's saying.
Hey, thank you for watching.
Huh? This is crazy. Hold on. Here's another one.
But does it matter? Is it material? Well, yes, because if you didn't see them leave, that's one thing. If you did see them leave, then it leads to questions of, well, where did you think they were going? Why
Right.
did you go with them, et cetera, et cetera. And the idea that he was unaware for days and not suspicious of what's happening in the backyard, and supposedly he has a dog, but the dog was sent to his parents' house or something. Why? Let's bring in the reporter who was first on the scene, looking into these details for Fox 4 KC.
Yeah, and this is a guy that we were watching the press conference or news clips from, the guy outside.
Reporter Malik Jackson. Malik, nice to meet you. Thank you for helping me out on this.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Chris. We appreciate it.
All right, so now first, am I off in terms of my curiosity? Like, am I getting a wrong read on this?
I know Cuomo makes me crazy too, and I usually don't watch him, but damn, these are the only interviews right here. Shit. This is crazy.
Or are we right about the open questions?
I think you're exactly right. There's a lot of open questions, and more importantly, things have been said that don't line up. And so when things don't line up, what are you going to naturally do? Ask more questions. So I think you're right on target with this one.
All right. So in terms of what you're hearing from the authorities about what their assessment is to this point, my understanding is they're still waiting on toxicology. I've been told that takes a couple of weeks, but I thought that you got like a quick mix, like 1 or 2 days afterwards that gives them something to go on about cause of death. What are you being told about what they're looking at?
So I spoke on the phone actually with the medical examiner that is dealing with this case. And basically, when there's no obvious signs of foul play, like no gunshot wounds, no stab wounds, it takes longer because they need those toxicology reports. And they have to send them out of state. So it takes 6 to 8 weeks already. But depending on how complex the results are once they get them, it could stretch longer than that 8 weeks. So we are in this waiting period right now, and we really don't know when we're going to have these answers.
Yeah, it's gonna be a week. It's gonna be weeks, and yeah, I thought that too, Mark and Betty. Normally, I don't like Cuomo because he asks dumb fucking questions and he's an asshole. But the only thing, like, he was asking great questions tonight. I just wish in the first interview that we watched with Cuomo, he would have dug into Ricky Johnson's father saying that Ricky Johnson, the only thing he knows is that Ricky Johnson told him one time that Jordan seemed off and that mentally just didn't seem right. Just didn't seem right. Oh, 1 second. We got a contribution call out. I want to say thank you, Cherry, for the gifted membership. And Sandra was gifted the gifted membership. Thank you so much, Cherry. Appreciate that. Good night, Deborah. Thank you. I wish Cuomo would have dug in a little more with Ricky Johnson. Like what happened? What was the situation? What was the instance? Like, what was the event that took place? What made your son even say something to you? You know what I mean? Like, dig in more.
Answers. And at the end of the day, Chris, and I know you understand this, there's 3 families. It's interesting. We don't know what happened. We all want to know, but there's 3 families right now that have no idea how their loved ones are gone. And the idea of having to wait maybe longer than 8 weeks, it's frustrating for them.
So what did the 5th guy have to say, who was there but not the whole time? He left. What did he have to say? And Malik, let me know what your 2 biggest open questions are, and I'll put them to the attorney for you afterwards.
Good
so
stuff.
What does the 5th guy say? And good on you for getting an interview with him. And what are your questions?
Man, Cuomo, I just got to, dude, you're an asshole, but dude, these last couple videos, props.
So the 5th guy responded basically saying, because we spoke with Jordan Willis's attorney, John Paserno, on Monday. And after when we spoke with him, he told us that Jordan went to sleep. So it was a different story that he said in the statement on Saturday that he released. It was a different story that he told Ashley Banfield hours after we sat down with him. And we have it on tape. He said his client went to sleep and so that these men were still in his house. So when I talked to him, my first question was, well, when you left the house, were they still alive? Were you the last person to see them alive? And he unequivocally said that is untrue. I was not the last person there. I spoke with his attorney, and his attorney told us, he was there until a little after midnight. And when he left, all of these men, all 4 men, so the 3 victims and Jordan Willis, they were awake, they were there, and they were watching Jeopardy on TV.
Right.
My questions are, Chris, at this point are simply, so at first we were told he only received messages through Facebook. Okay. Well, then once we hunted down the person, number 5, this mystery man, then that changed, because when we talked to him, he said, yes, through his attorney, that he texted Jordan on Tuesday because he had received text from Clayton McGeeney's fiance and Ricky Johnson's mom. So he had received text. So he inquired to Jordan asking, about the whereabouts.
And those weren't answered.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So why did you only got a Facebook message and then now it's, oh, I got text messages? And then my other question, I think it's your question, which is, okay, so did he escort them to the door? Was he asleep? And when did he see them exit? Because the first statement he says, I didn't see them exit the house.
Right.
And then in the same paragraph, it says, oh, actually, the last time he saw them is when they exited the house.
All right. So, and I'm going to go to break, but I just want to ask you this. I'll talk to the lawyer on the other side of the break. But did the guy number 5 give you any indication of how hard they were partying and what they were doing?
No, he didn't give us any indication of that. And when we talked to his attorney, when I talked to Paserno, that is a question that no one seems to want to answer. What were they doing? Were there drugs involved? How much alcohol was involved? Those are just questions that at this point we haven't been able to get the answers to. But, as we've done all along, if you don't tell us, guess what? We're going to go out there and we're going to find them.
Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com.
I just got to say, good stuff from Cuomo tonight. Let me look one more time just to make sure we're not missing anything else. Those 2 just came out a little bit ago. Let me see. There's, that's a good one. There's a Surviving the Survivor podcast had a episode on it, but we'll end up watching that on the next episode. Let me see here. See if there's anything else. Let me see. I think we pretty much covered everything. Now, there's one thing I'm going to share with you guys. Now, this is the timeline of how all this stuff went down. Now, I wonder if it gets updated as time goes on. Let me take a look at it here. Let's see. Which link was that? I have so many of them. I thought it was. That was the parents. Damn, where was the timeline? Well, shit, I had it up, but the ads took me somewhere else. Shit, where did it go? Unless I have to subscribe or something? Is that why it went away? Well, son of a bitch. I had the timeline to share, but for some reason, I don't see it no more. And I'm trying to go back, and I still don't see it. Let me look one more time. Oh, I had it. That's the parents. I went through that. Oh, well, fuck it. I can't find it. I don't know where it's at. I had it up. It went somewhere. Okay, that one is with the niece. All right. Maybe it was on Twitter. This is the X. Okay, there's that. Oh, this one's good too, Brian Netton. We're going to watch that tonight as well. And then also Ring Camera. Ring Camera, Amazon-owned Ring will stop allowing police departments to request doorbell camera footage from users, marking an end to a feature that has drawn criticism from privacy advocates. That's going to affect a lot of stuff, considering Ring captures a lot of this stuff. What's up, Ghost Printer? Yeah, I can't find that damn timeline. I had it. I don't know where it went. All right. So we got some new documents here. We're going to switch to Idaho4. But yeah, Ring Cam. No mo. No mo, no mo. All right. So here are the new documents that we have. And if you send anything anywhere, let me know. I don't get a notification for it in the ear, so I won't know. All right, so here's the new documents. And we got order setting sealed hearing on defendant's motion to unseal. So the first one Order setting sealed hearing on defendant's motion to unseal based on defendant's motion to unseal defendant's motion to reconsider orders. Denying motions to dismiss indictment and in the alternative for permission to appeal from interlocutory orders filed January 12, 2024. And the state's request for a closed hearing on said motion filed on January 19th, 2024, and the court orders the following. A sealed hearing on the defendant's motion to unseal defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss indictment and in the alternative for permission to appeal from interlocutory orders and stay of proceedings will be heard on January 26th, tomorrow at 11 a.m. So it's going to be included. They're going to be doing multiple of those sealed. And I believe this is when at 11 a.m. So there's two different court hearings tomorrow. I believe that at some point that because he's going to hear the other one, that the motion to unseal. So that got included in the sealed motion. And so I think between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. Pacific time, we might have some information when it comes to if anything is. I highly doubt it. They're probably just going to deny it, but who knows? So that's why I'm going to be live from 11. Nothing's coming out from 11 Central. Ain't nothing coming out from 11 Central. If something does come out, it'll probably be about 1 p.m. Central, if that. I highly doubt it. We're probably looking at 3 o'clock Central p.m. range, somewhere around there, of some info dropping. But again, we will be live for an extended show tomorrow, starting at noon Eastern, 11 Central. And we'll also be discussing these new court documents in tomorrow's show too. And I think I'm going to open up a call line as well for tomorrow, if anybody would like to call in and let me know what their thoughts are and what they think might be taking place from this court hearing. So this one is an order to seal and redact Meta platforms. And so this came before the court on January 3rd, 2024 on the state's motion to seal or redact pursuant to ICAR 32. The hearing was held via Zoom. Ashley Jennings appeared on behalf of the state, and Taylor appeared on behalf of Mr. Coburg. The court reviewed the records, considered the arguments presented, weighed the interest in privacy and public disclosure, and announced its findings of fact on the record. Therefore, pursuant to ICAR 32, and the court finds it necessary to seal, in part, and redact the record related to the search warrant for the following reasons. The documents contain highly intimate facts or statements, the publication of which would be highly objectionable to a reasonable person, and the document contains facts or statements that might threaten or endanger the life or safety of individuals. Remember that? That was one of the reasons why they wanted it sealed from the get-go. After due consideration and with good cause appearing, it is hereby ordered that the record hereon shall be disclosed except for the following. The affidavit in support of search warrant is sealed. The search warrant and receipt and inventory be redacted. The order will remain in effect until further order from the court. Order continuing temporary seal of search warrants and related document pending hearing. So based upon the stipulation to conceal a search warrants and related documents pending hearing filed hereon, the court does hereby confirm and temporarily order that the affidavit for search warrant, including any exhibit, search warrant, return of search warrant, including any exhibits and inventories of items seized, and order for the following search warrants: Microsoft search warrant, order of return signed on August 25th, 2023, Meta search warrant, order of return signed on September 12th, 2023, and TikTok search warrant, order of return signed on August 25th, 2023, are confidential, exempt from disclosure, and are sealed pursuant to Court Administrative Rule 32G1 until February 1st, 2024, or further order of the court, whichever occurs first, which is why there's a hearing tomorrow as well. "25 pages. Let me see. Stipulation to conceal of search warrants and related documents pending hearing. Give me 1 second. I'm going to have to flip back to chat here. Let me flip this around too. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, they're responding to all of these older ones. Yeah, they were seeking records from Facebook, TikTok, Microsoft. Discussing more Meta search warrant. Meta, which is Facebook, Instagram. Meta is Facebook, Instagram. I think it's even LinkedIn as well, right? Isn't Meta isn't that LinkedIn as well? So really, Meta covers Instagram, Facebook. Yeah, exactly, AG. And I also think this is what I think they're doing this too. What's up, Beckles and Suze Mac? I think they're doing this too. I think that's where they were also trying to figure out what the hell happened. Not only to see if there was a connection, but also to see what kind of communication took place between everybody. Page 19. What's on page 19? Let me see here. The parties, December 1st. We'll go through these more in depth tomorrow. Let's see. Order temporarily sealing search warrants and related documents. Search warrant, items seized, inventories. Motion to temporarily seal search warrant and related document pending hearing. So again, search warrant, exhibits, items, inventory seized. All right. Derive a person of a constitute. Okay. Search warrant again. All right. In the above titled matter, this court having heretofore issued a search warrant and said search warrant have been served according to law and return of warrant having been duly made as directed in this search warrant to this court, and a written inventory of the property found and seized having been duly made and taken before the undersigned magistrate or judge and filled hereon. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that the said peace officer shall deliver or cause to be delivered the property described in said inventory to the Moscow Police Department or such other law enforcement agencies as may be appropriate for the purpose of preserving said property for use as evidence or until further order of the court of competent jurisdiction once any related criminal case has been conducted, including the expiration of time for appeal or at such other appropriate time the property can be released or disposed of upon authorization of the jurisdictional prosecuting attorney. It is further ordered that said property or any part thereof may be delivered to any person or laboratory or laboratories for the purpose of conducting or obtaining any tests, analysis, or identification of said party which is deemed necessary by the custodial law enforcement agency or jurisdictional prosecuting attorney without further order of the court. Let's see. Return a search warrant. Lawrence Mowry, the officer by whom this warrant was executed, do certify that appended inventory contains a true and detailed account of all property taken by me or other officers pursuant to this warrant, and that this warrant and property have been duly returned before Judge Megan E. Marshall at 10 o'clock, the 12th day of September, 2023. What? Megan E. Marshall? Megan E. Marshall for 2023? What? Megan E. Marshall didn't have anything to do with this in 2023. What the fuck is this? What? Good night, Tracy. That's weird. And it couldn't. Yeah, and it couldn't be. And it couldn't be 2022. It can't be a fucking clerical error because the crime didn't even happen in September of 2022. So it can't be a clerical error. Yeah. What does Megan Marshall have to do? She recused herself. She didn't want nothing to do with it. So, what it... Lawrence Mowry, the officer by whom this warrant was executed, do certify that appended inventory contains a true and detailed account of all property taken by me and other officers pursuant to this warrant, and that this warrant and property have been duly returned before Judge Megan E. Marshall at 10 o'clock this 12th day of September 2023. I certify under penalty and perjury pursuant. Whoa. Where in the hell? What the fuck just happened? Where in the fuck was I at? What the hell just happened? There we go. Yeah, it's interesting. The biggest... Look, if you're talking about a typo, what would be the typo in this part? The September. What did she have to do with the case in September 2023? Let's see here. Snapshling ground search warrant. Okay, so all information. Why not Ethan? Why isn't Ethan in there? Where's Ethan at? Why wouldn't you want Ethan's frickin'... All right. The length of service. Okay. Okay. Bank account, credit card, user contact information. Let's see. User photo print. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't be live this morning to show it. I wanted to. Let's see, including... So I always like to read these things fresh. Instagram, rejected friend request, okay. IP logs, records, okay. Let's see. 14. Megan Marshall, 2023. What the heck? Why is she... Okay. That's odd. Let's see. Which reference warrant shall be extended? That's where the September... Hand delivered. Julie Fry. Julie Fry? That's not the same Fry. Is it? Is that the same Fry? Motion for extension to return search warrant. Yeah, I think they were trying to... that's what I was saying a minute ago. I think they're trying to figure out what the hell what the hell actually happened based off of the communication with the students that was taking place before the call. Because they didn't know. So they were, they had to rely on the university. But it's just like I was saying about the IT department from the university. That's where, they were the ones that were given damn straight. They're going through their frickin' emails. They're going through all university property to see what was being messaged, being messaged between everybody amongst themselves. That's where they were going to find the truth. Let's see. Search warrant. Ashley Jennings. Order for extension. Motion for extension. Yeah, we're going to get more into that tomorrow. Shoot. So then you got Meta, you got Microsoft, you got TikTok. So this one, that one's Meta, this one is Microsoft. Here's that. Yeah, I'm going to go into these. Here's the links for all of them. Here's the meta if you don't have it. I just dropped the one for Microsoft. And here's the one for TikTok. And then there's that. There's all those if you don't have them. Because I really want to take my time and read those. And I'm going to have to go through those, like slowly take my time reading them, dissected. We'll do that tomorrow while we wait for updates to come out. Because I really wanted to show this Brian Enton, Sarah Azari here. This episode. Yeah, we're going to go into those. We're going to go into those tomorrow for sure. We'll dig into them. So if you want to dig into them, go ahead. And then, like I said, tomorrow, I'm going to be doing a phone line as well. So if anybody wants to call in, you're more than welcome. I want to hear your thoughts, your opinions, or like to hear your thoughts or opinions or whatever when it comes to these documents or the court hearing. Very interesting. All right. This is the Brian Enton episode that came out. And this is from 8 hours ago. Enton Across America. Yeah, we're going to dig into those tomorrow. It's going to take a while. All right. Here's the video for this Enton episode. And yeah, if you want to, do me a favor. I'm already going to have the phone line open. I'll give you guys, it's 812-250-8484. That'll be the phone number that we'll have for tomorrow. That's the call-in number for the show. If you'd like to, go ahead and write it down. If you want to, make some notes of these documents and call me and talk to me about it. Let me know what you think. If you'd like to join panel, you can do that as well. Just reach out to me and let me know. Yeah, we'll get into those tomorrow for sure.
Hey, everybody, this is Brian. I hope everybody's doing well. I wanted to do a podcast kind of getting everybody up to speed for the Brian Koberger hearing, which is happening on Friday. If you're watching this later on, the Friday I'm talking about is the 26th. Kind of going through the new elements, the things that might happen on Friday, just to get everybody up to speed because we haven't had a hearing in a while. If I sound a little like weird or sick, I'm actually a little under the weather.
Yeah, that's what I think they not only wanted to see if there was a connection. That's why I want to dig into them tomorrow. And if you want to help me dig into them, go ahead. Even on panel. I think they not only wanted to see if there was a connection, but I think they were also using it to see what the hell took place because they just had no fucking idea. Yeah, you're not. Yeah, with those, you can't make comments. You can't like it. They don't even stay on. So, yeah, we will be streaming it live, everybody. So, whether it's a Twitter update, a video, some kind of news report, As soon as it drops, we're going to have it. So whenever it is. That's why I'm doing an extended show tomorrow. I'm going to be available a little bit before they start their first hearing in case there is anything that we want to talk about or discuss. And then we will be live for while both of those hearings go, just in case there is anything that drops. Because I have a feeling, because they're addressing the unseal, but I don't think that they're gonna. I don't think the judge. I think he's just gonna deny it. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Who knows? But we'll be here for a long time, and I can't wait to show you guys The Price is Right. It's gonna be so much fun.
I'm kind of a little bit beat down. I was in New Hampshire for a week covering the primary there, which is kind of interesting, covering politics for a week since I've been on the crime beat for a while. But it's actually kind of funny. Like, I was in some of the voting locations and people were wanting to talk to me about all the crime stories. But it was an interesting week doing that. Half my family's actually from New Hampshire, so got to see a lot of them, but ended up getting some kind of sickness. So I sound a little under the weather. And if you hear weird snoring, by the way, during this podcast, my dogs are sleeping behind me, and one of them snores really, really loud. I have a golden retriever and a lab. So, but anyway, we're going to get you up to speed on the Bryan Kohberger developments, what to expect with the hearing. We're going to have Sarah Azari on, one of the News Nation legal contributors. I had her go over all the new motions. She's going to help break them down for us. I was planning on going to the hearing on Friday in Idaho, had a plane ticket booked, but had some kind of family issues, family drama come up. And I'm also a little bit sick now, so I'm going to sit this one out. We'll, of course, be covering it anyway. And there's the live stream, too, by the way, which I'll tweet out so we can all watch the new live stream. The judge is going to be live streaming the hearings now. But so just wanted everybody to kind of know what to expect for Friday. Okay, so Sarah Azari is...
Yep, and you know we'll have it because, hey, if it's not on Judge's YouTube channel, and Brian Enton's the one who's streaming it, yeah, listen, wherever it's coming from, you know we're gonna have it first because that's how it always happens. How did you get it? Hey, we figure it out.
Is with us now, and she texted me before that she was gonna look awful and in the sweatshirt, and was making sure that was okay. And then, of course, you look like great.
At least we match, right?
Yeah, I was just talking about how I'm sick, so you'll just have to.
I'm sorry. It's not COVID though, right?
No, I don't know. I haven't done the test, but I don't think so. I think it's just everybody's been sick.
Yeah.
You got a little blurry.
Funny how everyone's getting sick. Everyone's getting sick and no one's testing. They're like, whatever it is, it is.
Yeah, it's everyone in my family's sick. But I wanted to go through with you. I just wanted people to have a little explainer on what to expect with Friday, because we haven't had a hearing in a while, and just they may announce a court date, a trial date, which would be significant. But I just wanted, you always like do your homework with these kinds of assignments. You study and you kind of read all the motions and everything. So let's talk first. There's the 11 a.m. Close to the public hearing.
Right.
What should we expect to happen during that?
Yeah, so it's a long day of hearings, 11 a.m., 1 p.m., and both of these hearings are on Kohberger's motion to reconsider orders that denied the motions to dismiss the indictment. And then if that's denied, he seeks permission to appeal those interim orders. And then if that, if he's appealing, then he wants the proceedings stayed. Remember, he tried to do this once before as well. The stay got lifted. So then that would just, prolong the trial. But the morning hearing, Brian, you were saying 11 a.m., it's sealed and not open to the public.
Right.
It sounds like the defense is coming in with something new that merits reconsideration of the denial of the motion to dismiss the indictment, right?
Okay, I'm just going to bring it down because you're talking like a smart lawyer. So
I love these two, and I'm so glad. I hope these two do more collaborations with this case, because I 100 respect both of these reporters, period.
I'm going to dumb it down a little bit. So, and tell me if I'm wrong. So
I wanted to watch it tonight.
Bryan Kohberger's defense tried to throw out the grand jury indictment. saying maybe jury tampering, had some other reasons listed. We never got to know them all because a lot of the hearings for that were in secret. And the judge said, no, we're not throwing out the indictment. We're moving forward. And now, they're coming back.
Also, but they did get the transcripts, right? So they're saying there was.
You know what's going to be crazy? It's almost February. It's almost March. And back in November, they're just going to get, I was just saying, they're just going to get to a point where they're just like, can we just, listen, we're not going to get the information we need. The IGG, can we just move forward? It's sad. It's really sad. I was hoping there was going to be some huge dump. I was hoping there was going to be some crazy ass shit, but it just don't sound like it. And it sounds to me, I mean, we're only 6 days away from February. I think they're just going to fucking just move right on past. Look, it's already been delayed long enough. It's a shame.
So they got the transcripts of what happened, the grand jury proceedings.
Correct. There was bias in the grand jury. There was inadmissible evidence. There was lack of sufficient evidence. But remember, the standard is very low. It's probable cause. And they're saying there's lack of sufficient evidence for probable cause and that there was prosecutorial misconduct. That gets denied, right?
That got denied. So everything was going to move forward.
Exactly. And now they're saying, wait, can you please reconsider that denial and maybe grant it? And usually when we go in and file a motion for reconsideration and we're heard on it, it's because there's something that we're arguing that we didn't know before, that we didn't have before. So there's something new that the defense is bringing to the table for the judge to consider. That whole proceeding is going to be sealed. Why? Because in the grand jury, there's evidence presented to the grand jury. And so, as you know, and you're frustrated like me, we don't know what's going on in this case. And so that's all hush hush secret. But then the afternoon hearing focuses on the one argument. Again, it's still related to the grand jury.
Hold on, I just want to stick with the morning one more time. Just so you said that, so they're now bringing up this argument again to throw out the grand jury indictment for the second time. Right. They got the transcripts the first time during their argument. So do you think they saw something in those transcripts that they now have something new that they want to argue?
Yes. It prompted some sort of investigation. You typically do, the court's not going to let you come in and get a second bite of the apple based on the same facts. So there must be some new facts that Kohberger is alleging.
Okay. So that's happening in secret at 11 a.m. because grand jury proceedings are secret anyway, and we're not going to get to find out what goes on there.
Correct. And there's a lot of evidence that was, presented, and every piece of evidence in this case, except for what's in the probable cause affidavit, has been, subject to a protective order and not disclosable. And again,
even though it's sealed, and then, oh man, tomorrow's going to be a very interesting day. And I'm glad I'm going to be here with you guys all damn day.
And then in the afternoon, we still...
If you guys want, do me a favor, because I already have the notification set for tomorrow. And I'll drop it in chat again if you want to go click on it. If you guys want me to come on earlier, let me know, because tomorrow morning, there's the link if you want to go click on it. This is tomorrow. If you guys want me to get on a little earlier, let me know. This is crazy. I'm about time there's a hearing, right? Like somebody said, about time there's a hearing of some shit that we want to find out about, right? I'm glad these two did this.
It's still the idea of...
We'll be checking this out again tomorrow, too.
This whole grand jury, a dismissal of the grand jury indictment.
Right, Katrina?
But it focuses on a procedural issue, which is the grand jury got inaccurate instructions. I mean, that there's nothing secret about that. So that's a public hearing.
But didn't they already have that argument? They've already talked about that in the past.
Yes, but they have filed a motion to reconsider.
Okay,
So
so they're bringing that up again.
Correct.
Because remember when they had, I was in the courtroom for that, where the judge said, "Oh, this is a very creative legal argument, but like it's not
It
my
doesn't apply."
call." Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're bringing that up again.
Yeah, because look, if they have new facts that the judge has to consider, then perhaps those erroneous arguments, instructions that they argue, now they're in a different context, right? There's new facts. Maybe those instructions are necessitated, whereas before they weren't.
Okay. So both of these.
I'm speculating, right?
Yeah, I know you're speculating, yeah. But both of these hearings that are happening, the 11 a.m. and the afternoon, kind of like procedural stuff. It doesn't sound like anything. It's important, but it's not. They're not. Are these like really significant hearings? Would you say?
Well, when I saw the documents, I thought like but I have to say that, and our viewers, it's really important to remember that, especially in these high profile cases where, there's a protective order, there's a gag order, and then there's all this speculation by the public. We don't really know what's going on. And that speculation has hurt Kohberger. That's no secret. So filing motions is a way for us to send a message. Okay. It allows the public and the media to read between the lines. So, I think
What's up,
she's
John
not
Morgan?
just
Ticket
doing
112.
this as some sort of a stalling tactic or to come before the court. She's really doing this because, that's another motion that we're going to talk about right now is the motion to unseal.
Yes.
What was it? It was a motion to unseal.
Susan, what's up, Ticket
I
112?
just have it here. Hold on, I just had it up. Sorry, my dog just walked in. I got distracted.
Yeah.
It was
It's a motion. Actually, we are talking about that motion. The motion to unseal the defendant's motion to reconsider the orders denying.
Right, and that was from the defense wanting to unseal that.
Yeah. So defense wants some transparency because this opacity has hurt Kohberger. And, sometimes it's even if that initial motion doesn't get unsealed, the arguments in the new motion are how you bring the sunlight into.
So what do they want to unseal? There's so many motions. What do they want to unseal?
Interesting.
They filed a motion to dismiss the indictment, the grand jury indictment.
Right.
And
Which
that
was
motion
covered.
was sealed, and they want to unseal that.
Okay. So
And
and I'm just trying to break this down for me to understand, and kind of like people who don't understand the law, like me. I understand the basics, but not like a lawyer. So they want to unseal the reasons that they're giving of why the indictment should be thrown out.
Right.
They want the public to know.
Right.
This is what we found out.
Yeah, because they want the public to see all the shit. They've been gaslit for so long. They've been gaslit for so long, and they're like, look, we got people on fucking YouTube saying dude's guilty 150 fucking %, and it's hurting our damn client. Expose the shady. Do y'all think that? Let me end the poll. Let me end this last poll that we had, and I'm going to ask another one. Let's see. What was the poll that we had for do you think substances are involved? Last time I looked, it was like 95%. There you go. 97% of you think that substances were involved with the Kansas City 3. Now I'm going to ask you, do you think John Judge will deny any unsealing? That's going to be interesting. Is he going to deny it?
And kind of like people who don't understand the law, like me. I understand the basics, but not like a lawyer. So They want to unseal.
What's up, Lauren? Ticket 115. Thank you.
The reasons that they're giving of why the indictment should be thrown out. They want the public to know this is what we found out.
Yeah, because the public right now knows about the probable cause affidavit,
Exhibit
Brian's,
A.
Eyebrows, Brian's demeanor in court. I mean, everything is pointed to guilt. So this is one way that it's a tool that we have to bring in a little bit of sunlight so people can see that, it's not all that you think it is,
But it seemed, I mean, the defense didn't want the cameras in the courtroom, doesn't really seem to like the media.
Well, because
now all of a sudden they want to unseal something. Like,
yeah,
it's like a different tactic now.
I know it seems hypocritical, but the defense actually didn't have a problem with cameras in the courtroom until it became a problem. I think what happened was the protocol was not followed. The cameras were zoomed in on Koberger, on documents on the counsel table. And so they're like, okay, no, this is not a good idea. But I think initially, they wanted some transparency. I think that went away when the results didn't turn out that good.
Okay, so it's interesting. I'm wondering, we don't know.
I love these
it is
two.
Sealed, but there's obviously a reason they want it to be made public.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've made argument. Yeah, because there are things in that motion that argue what was presented to the grand jury that got him indicted. They believe there's insufficient evidence, and here we are talking about he's going to get the death penalty. We've already convicted the guy.
Right.
So, this is Ann Taylor's way of saying, wait, maybe you can hear this other side.
But just playing devil's advocate, I'm just trying to think it through. If the defense, wants to make sure there's a unbiased jury ultimately, and doesn't want anything out, like, why would they want the public to know anything? Why would they want this out just to the general public?
Well, because this is their motion. So it's going to be all their arguments about why this case does not meet the standard of proof. And we don't have any of that. We don't know, right? We're just going by the probable cause affidavit. So it's certainly a one-sided argument. It's their motion. It's not the prosecution's opposition to their motion that they're unsealing. It's their motion they're unsealing. So it's going to lay out all the things that are in favor of Koberger, why the case doesn't meet the burden, what was the misconduct, what was the bias. Like, suddenly now we're going to see a whole different perspective on this case.
Okay, so I guess we'll see if the judge unseals it, then we'll eventually get to see. Okay, so that's another thing that's evolving. And then the other part of the Friday hearing is we may find out.
Yeah, this is a great. I love these two. This is a great conversation. We'll be going through it again tomorrow as well. This is a great combo.
Sorry, what?
Trial date, scheduling.
Trial date, that's what I was going to get to. So the prosecution has asked for summer and said, they want it to be when school's not in session, which makes sense. It'll be quieter in Moscow. And there's also a school, I think it's a high school right across the street from the courthouse. They don't want to interfere. It's a small town. There's a lot, they want to do it when things are calmer. And I've been in touch with the victim's family, Sarah, and like, it's hard for them not having a trial date, like not having something.
There's no light at the end of the tunnel.
There's no light at the end of the tunnel. There's nothing for them to kind of hold on to, knowing that justice is coming. So do you think we'll get a trial date on Friday? Like, is there going to be a date?
I mean, I think we're going to get a trial date. I don't know that it'll be this summer, only because I think that if Koberger makes an argument that he needs more time, I don't see the court not giving him more time, because it is a death penalty case. And that death penalty portion of the case, it takes so long to put together, all the mitigation. And remember, they hired a mitigation attorney. Everyone was saying, oh, they're wasting money on too many attorneys, but you really do need a separate attorney for that portion of the case. And so that really is what, to me, merits more time for the defense. But remember that in that other motion that we just talked about, to unseal the motion to, dismiss the grand jury indictment, one of the things she's saying is that if you deny that and you don't unseal the motion to dismiss the grand jury indictment. Then we want to appeal that denial, and we're going to ask that we stay these proceedings until that appeal is decided. Because listen, if she appeals the ruling of the court, she still has a chance that the grand jury indictment could be dismissed. We wouldn't go to trial if it gets dismissed, right? So she's trying to put a pause on the trial to be able to appeal that denial if the judge denies it on Friday.
And when you say appeal that denial, if the judge denies it, does that go to like another court?
It would go to, yes, it would go. So this is in the trial court. So it would go to the appellate division, whatever it's called in Idaho.
Wow, I didn't realize you can do all that. I always thought like appeals came after a trial. I didn't know you could like appeal things throughout.
They're interlocutory appeals. So these are like lower level appeals. I don't know exactly where this will go in Idaho, but it doesn't go to the same. It doesn't go to the same judge that denied it. It goes to a judge above him.
So summer though, I'm just thinking like if there was a summer trial, June, July, August, we're almost into February.
You're just trying to plan your vacation.
I'm going to be there. Yeah, it's going to be a long holiday.
Right?
But I mean, that's still kind of like 4 or 5 months away. Is that not enough time to get things together?
I mean, listen, there's one other order that we haven't talked about that also might merit further delay, which we'll talk about. But this is a big case, I mean, when you have one body, it takes time. It's a death penalty case. You have 4 bodies here. You have 4, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you have witnesses, you have forensics, you have a huge part of this case, which is IGG, which we'll talk about, which has been only partially disclosed to the defense. And so
see you later. Nothing.
And then it's a death penalty case. Like there's just all of these alone are reasons why I think a trial won't happen in the summer. And you put them all together, I'm like, definitely not thinking it will happen this summer. But strange things happen.
I guess we'll just see. Yeah, we all.
Yeah, I doubt it. I don't think it's happening this summer. Contribution call out. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the gifted membership. Let's see who the lucky person is. Give me 1 second. Lauren Cakes. Awesome. Congratulations. This is a great conversation here. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it. And thank you for all the information you send for the show, too. This is a good conversation. I love these two together. This is awesome.
That's what she's.
And we don't have to listen to Griffin, We don't have to listen to Griffin.
Really trying. She's really making one last attempt to get the indictment thrown out.
And did you see this other issue? The prosecution also asked that Kohberger no longer be allowed to file an alibi. Did you see that?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Remember, his alibi was not a traditional alibi, but it did.
Is that he likes to go for long drives, which was
right by himself.
Yeah, I mean, even you're laughing, like.
Yeah, which also because it's problematic to me. I've always said that.
Yeah.
The long drives around the same time of the morning when his cell phone was connecting to the towers, and then this one time it didn't. That's a problem, and that alibi confirms that he was in the area on these other occasions and his cell phone connected. So it wasn't a real. I don't want to say real, but it wasn't what we're typically seeing.
I would love to know what these two think about the DNA dirty glove. What do you two think about the DNA dirty glove? I'm just surprised it's not a topic still. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Nobody's talking about it.
An alibi, which gives you,
I don't get it.
Exact location, who you were with, witnesses who could corroborate your alibi, all that. It wasn't any of that. But it did check off the box of preserving he met the statutory requirement, the deadline. And listen, an alibi is such a huge event in a case that should it come up, I don't think a judge, and it's like a true alibi, I don't think a judge is going to say, well, you missed the mark and I'm not going to let you, present your alibi.
But why would the prosecution ask that he no longer be allowed to file an alibi?
I think the prosecution is maybe concerned. He said that he is leaving it open to file an alibi.
So what?
based on witnesses from
He wanted to talk to the judge. They wanted to show more of what the alibi was, but not show the prosecution. What is the problem?
from the prosecution that are going to testify at trial. And I think that, you know, prosecutors hate being in limbo. They want to know what they're looking at. They want to know how to prep their witnesses. They want to know how to prep their case. And all this like, well, okay, I checked it off the box, but I'm still leaving the door open to come back with more. I mean, it really is the worst. I mean, it's bad for defense attorneys too. Like if the vice versa happens, we throw a fit because, you know, you got to be fair, right? We got to know what we're looking at. So I think the prosecution is kind of on edge because they don't know if they're going to trial or not. You know, they don't really have a trial date. That is the worst thing you can do to a prosecutor is, you know, kind of not leave it to the last minute to announce ready or agree to a trial date. And then, you know, on top of it, they don't know if the guy's going to come up with an alibi. I mean, an alibi is a huge piece of the defense, right?
Yeah.
If you have one, you don't have to.
I get like why, you know, our Constitution, obviously, and you have to protect defendants' rights and have a fair trial, especially with the death penalty case. But I just do go back to the victims' families. Like, you know, there's just so many ups and downs with this court process. And like, it's like that feeling of not knowing. It just feels like anything could, oh God, there's going to be some other motion filed. And how are you supposed to plan your life or like know when to take your vacation days? Like families, I mean, they literally have to think about that. Like when do they take vacation days for, you know, how are you supposed to plan anything?
Right. And, you know, some people have jobs that are, there's some
It's all fucking scattered, you know? They don't give a shit. They don't care. And I'm sure she will cat's puppy love because, you know, Ann Taylor, she's all about the technicalities and has been ever since before Koberger was in Idaho. We looked her up as soon as we found out she shut down the cleaning crew and he was still in Pennsylvania. And it's like, whoa, this is a public defender? Who is this? Yeah, all about the technicalities she is.
Employed. I imagine some of these parents might be self-employed, and God, I mean, if I'm always stressing if I get picked for a jury, which I never would, but you know, how do I take off from work because they don't, you know?
Yeah, it's hard. I never thought about that part of it until talking to some of them and like realizing like, oh yeah, you have to like, you know, if it's a 2-month trial, like they have to figure that out. You can't just spring that on people, you know?
Exactly.
Anything else, Sarah, that strikes you that we should think about before Friday?
Yes. There is well, I don't know if this is not a hearing on Friday, but this is one of the new orders that was issued by the court that I thought was significant. I know you're going to laugh at me and say it's an IGG thing and I'm all over IGG, but it is important and it does go to the trial date issue that you brought up because the judge issued a public order for disclosure of IGG material. He had issued a previous order late last fall saying that he will look at the entire IGG file from the prosecution, look and see if any part of it can be disclosed to the defense, because the defense has been pressing for that. And it did finish its in-camera hearing and looking at these documents and actually ordered the prosecution to turn over part of the IGG file. So it raises a couple questions. What part of the file? I mean, we don't know what's turned over to the defense, but I think anything is better than nothing. And I think it's important for our viewers to know that discovery leads to more discovery. Discovery, you know, triggers more defense investigation.
And there's been more discovery motions in there that I've seen, like just little requests and stuff.
Yeah. So if the court bought the prosecution's argument that somehow this is not science and the lab part is science, but the FBI part is not, you don't get it.
Right.
Look, if the defense got the lab part and saw something that then, you know, triggered additional want of additional discovery. So now we're in a place where, yeah, of course we're going to need more time because now they're going to be fighting over the other part of the file that they didn't get. Right.
And let me just go back for people who are a little confused. So she keeps saying IGG, and I have joked with Sarah before that she's obsessed with IGG because she's always texting.
Sounds like a fertility procedure or something.
Yeah. But anyway, IGG is investigative genetic genealogy. It's a big part of the case, which you probably know if you've been following along. They used They found the DNA in the knife sheath, and then they used investigative genetic genealogy to trace the DNA back to Koberger. And correct me if I'm wrong, investigative genetic genealogy is basically like 23andMe. When you do the swab to find out your background, that goes into a database, and then the FBI is able to access that database and basically like use all of our DNA to try and connect.
Exactly. And the problem with that, and by the way, I think a better
right. Did I describe it basically the right way? Okay.
Yes, but it's like your family's DNA that they trace
familial, back. Right? Familial. They keep saying familial investigative. Yeah.
They also call it forensic genetic, which I think is the accurate way in the context of a criminal case to call it forensic genetic.
Okay.
But it's really interesting because it raises. This is something off the. You can check it out, or your viewers can check it out. But there's a professor at the Maryland Law School named Natalie Ram, who has for 15 years studied forensic genetic genealogy and made the argument in law review articles and stuff that it's unconstitutional, that it violates the Fourth Amendment. Because
that's the podcast that we watched recently with her and Jim Griffin and the other guy that doesn't talk. That's the last guest that they had on that we watched. Said a lot of very interesting things when it came to all the IgG stuff.
Because if it's your own DNA that you're putting in there and you're checking off the box, you're consenting to its use by law enforcement. But when they get to your cousin's not consenting for his DNA to be in that database, right? So it's a huge constitutional issue that has never made it to the Supreme Court yet. And we're in this place like Koberger. And that's why I commend this judge, because most of the trial judges around the country have just flat out denied any IgG material to the defense. And so now we have someone who's like, okay, well, I'm gonna give you this part for whatever reason. We don't know what part, but it raised a flag for me, because I thought, man, if I was the lawyer, I'd be looking at what I'm getting and I'd be like, oh, I need some more. Here's why, And
it's interesting. The judge has said, and I don't want to go too in the weeds here, but basically the defense was asking for more of the genetic genealogy documentation. The prosecution was nervous to give it up, basically saying, because you've got like innocent people's names, like you said, your third cousin. Who knows how they connected all these pieces. Right. And now we know that the defense, and so
the witness that they can't mention,
the judge looked everything over and then made a decision to give certain stuff over to the defense. We don't know what. But the judge has said, like, look, this is all new to me too. Like this investigative genetic genealogy, I think he might have even said, like, this is the first time in Idaho we've really dealt with this. I have to educate myself on this. So it is a very interesting part of this case, because there's not a lot of other examples out there.
Yeah, and I think for a judge, it takes some backbone to not be afraid, because when you have no precedent, you're setting precedent. Judges get nervous about that, and they don't want to do the wrong thing. And so, I was like, okay, well, at least he turned part of it over. But for the defense, whenever we get discovery, doesn't matter if it's IgG or anything else, we then do our homework based on that discovery. We talk to our experts, we consult, and then that leads us to asking for more discovery, and we have reasons why we need this additional discovery. So I wouldn't be surprised if sometime soon Ann Taylor is going to come back with some sort of an additional discovery request based on the review of what they've gotten. And then that will, again, kick the ball down the road in terms of the trial date.
Yeah, there's going to be so many little hiccups along the way, it seems like.
And it would all be avoided if the prosecution was just fucking transparent. It's a game that they're playing. It's a game that they started playing from the very beginning. We are going to drag the fuck out of this shit so we don't have to give you everything that we want, because you're not going to let the case drag out over and over. And every time it drags out, it's a fucking win to them anyway, because it doesn't matter. It's a game that they're going to play. This is what they've always done. This is what's always taken place. It's just It's sloppy. It's unorganized. The prosecution's playing chess. So is the defense. And if you know chess between chess and checkers, you know chess and checkers. Chess, it takes a long time to play the game of chess. Prosecution don't care.
But okay, so at least we have a good idea of what to expect for Friday.
Are you going down there?
No, I was going to. I had a flight booked and everything, and then I was just saying before I had you on here, I had like some family issues, family drama come up. So I'm gonna, and I'm actually now sick too. So I'm gonna be streaming. You know, they're streaming it now.
Okay.
So I'll be streaming it and watching it. But
Yeah, and I don't honestly. I mean, I do think it is a big day in terms of getting dates or
yeah.
But and then also the rulings, but not. It's so tough when you can't be there. You know?
Yeah,
Right.
There's a lot going on. Alex Capriello, our other correspondent, is going to be there.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. And I was just
you and I.
my
will be in
dogs are
South
like, we're catching
Carolina
up. There
for
he is.
Murdoch.
You see
What?
You see my dogs back here?
Wait, no, hold on.
These two, they're both like, they're like.
Oh my God, so cute.
Well, you have a little one, don't you?
I have two. I have two. Let me see if he wakes up and runs away from me. Come here. Come here, say hi to Brian. You're gonna make it on TV. News Nation.
Oh my gosh.
This is Billy, the
Oh my
Ewok.
God, Billy.
The Ewok. The Ewok.
Well, I appreciate you helping us break it down, Sarah.
Of course, Brian, and then I'll see you down south for
Yes, we're gonna be at Murdoch together.
All right. Now I'm going to switch to a little bit from Vinny real quick. Give me 1 second.
You read the affidavit and you just find out that nobody understands exactly why, but he was stalking them, he was hunting them.
The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or found guilty, is up to death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
This was probably a person that blends into the background.
Yeah, we're from Pennsylvania. We actually don't have crosswalks.
His neighbors and people who know him superficially would probably never guess that he had any violent tendencies.
It's disgusting to think about someone that you used to hang out with all the time could do something like this.
Are you waiving your right to a speedy preliminary hearing?
Yes.
If you got to know him well, you would see layers of things that were a bit off or different.
What I do know is that Brian did have anger issues.
You could tell there was some off about him. Very quiet, calculated about what he says. Actually very similar to how he walked into court. No different.
I'm just curious about the law. I don't mean to.
Oh, no, yeah, I can find it for you. Yeah. Everything that I've read about Brian Kohberger would fit the type of person that we would expect for doing a crime like this.
All right, he's going back to court. This is, from my perspective, I think everyone's perspective, the biggest case on our docket here at Court TV. But you have two hearings set for tomorrow. The first one, no cameras inside. It's actually a renewed motion to dismiss the indictment because of biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, prosecutorial misconduct. But the judge denied it once. You can argue again, but you can bank on it. The judge will deny it once again. Then there's a second one where the cameras will be on. And this is to reconsider another reason to dismiss everything based upon inaccurate instructions to the grand jury, talking about the standard of proof, et cetera. But none of that's going to happen. None of that's, it's going to be denied again, but we will see, and it will get us closer to the trial. And tonight, Julie Grant has a look at what I believe this case is really about, which are the 4 innocent victims.
On November 13th, 2022, at around 4 a.m., 4 college students were brutally murdered. Each would soon become household names, known for their deaths, but remembered for their lives. Kaylee Gonsalves, she was 21 and born in Concord, California. Her family describes her as sociable, strong, and a hard worker.
Kaylee was our middle child out of 5. She was always competitive. She was smack dab middle, so Steven and Olivia were a little bit older. And Aubrey were a little bit younger, so she kind of had to figure out where to fit in, and she definitely did.
Maddie Mogan, also 21, was best friends with Kaylee since childhood. Maddie's family says she was known for her offbeat humor and her ability to make others laugh and smile.
She was so great. She lit up every room she'd come in, and she was just so positive and fun, and we love her and miss her so much.
20-year-old Xana Cornoto grew up in Idaho and was a talented gymnast as a child. In high school, she played volleyball, track, and soccer. Xana was going to school for marketing.
Xana was such a light in my life and so many others, and she knew and understood me more than anyone. Losing her is the hardest thing I've ever had to go through, and it has left me heartbroken.
20-year-old Ethan Chapin loved sports and country music. He was Xana's boyfriend, a triplet who was incredibly close to his family.
We are eternally grateful that we spent so much time with him. And I want to remind you that that's the most important message that we have for you and your families, is to make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
Okay, Kirk Nurmi, when this trial begins and when we start watching it, we will see it. There will be a camera inside there. Obviously, Court TV will give you every minute of this case. Who will this trial be about?
Well, it's going to be about the victims. No, there's no doubt about it, but it's also going to be about Mr. Kohlberger and whether or not he's a person, because right now we have a presumption of innocence, right? And so it's also going to be about this community. I mean, Vinny, you know, I went to school at Washington State. I earned my master's degree there. I did research at the University of Idaho Law Library. I know those communities, those two schools. It's kind of close-knit, two college towns kind of out in the middle of nowhere. And it's going to be about these people too, and it's going to be about the healing of this community and the healing of these schools. It's going to be about so much. That's why I think it's going to be
What a dumb question, man. What a dumb question.
Nima, how do you think prosecutors put this case together? How do they present this to the jury?
Well, I think, Vinny, they're going to start with the victims, of course, because that's what this case is about. And then they're going to look at the evidence they have in the case. Obviously, they don't have a murder weapon. They're going to spend a lot of time on that video of the white Hyundai Elantra. That's what sort of was the first key piece of evidence. And then they're going to move to the cell site evidence, of course, that puts Kohlberger's phone, at least traveling from Washington State to Idaho. It turns off or goes in airplane mode, but it was pinging on towers close to the house, you know, before and after the murders. And then
I can't wait for trial to hear all these experts. I'm so tired of hearing this shit. Okay, you know, we've heard of pings. We watched Scott Reich. Scott Reich even said that one of his clients got off because they can't prove within a 20 to 30 block fucking radius if you were
apparently there's some direct messages as well. Hopefully you want to establish some motive, but look, you have a single source DNA. It's not the strongest case. Hopefully there's a lot more evidence for the state. I mean, there's a gag order, so there's such limited information here, Vinny. Entire docket has essentially been sealed. I don't think that's appropriate. We talked about cameras in the courtroom. I think there should be cameras in the courtroom, but we don't know a whole lot about this case, even though it is the biggest case happening in the entire world right now because of the steps the judge has taken to keep everything sealed.
Okay, Eckler Mercy, take us behind the curtain here. Now, I don't know what these attorneys who are representing him think about his guilt or innocence, right? But let's, for the sake of argument, presume that they, like me, are like, there's only one way that his DNA gets on the knife sheath at the crime scene, and you know he's out driving around at the time of the murders, and they think that he did it. Okay, like common sense is telling them that they believe he did it, yet they know they have this obligation to represent them. How do you make those arguments to the jury? How do you do what you do if in fact you, in your mind, you've come to the conclusion through common sense that the person you're representing is not just a killer, but a very dangerous killer?
So here's the thing, Vinny. I think there are peculiar people in the world. There are people that we consider weird. And just by them existing doesn't mean that they don't get the same protections of the Constitution. So here's the thing. It's on the prosecution to prove their burden, not only for the state, but also for these families. And the thing is, they don't have the knife, not because they don't have a murder weapon, not because it doesn't exist, but why did we stop the investigation? I think a lot of times we have towns that are yearning for normalcy and they rush justice in order to try to retain some normalcy so quickly. And I think cases suffer because of that, because we have the public opinion. But I think that the victims' families they want to know that the person who did it. And if you don't investigate fully and we're just throwing circumstantial evidence together, we're not going to have a whole story, and you're leaving the jury to do your job.
Yes. 100% exactly what she said. Right on. Right on. And I'm glad. Where's Vinny's response to that, right? That just cut off real quick. Because, man, what was Vinny going to say to that? I'm not going to lie. At first, I'm like, yo, this is like a gamer's streamer setup. This is like a gamer setup for streams, right? And then all of a sudden I'm like, well, yeah, what she's saying is true. What she's saying is true.
Okay? Like common sense is telling them that they believe he did it.
What
Yet
she's
they know
saying
they
is
have
true.
this obligation to represent them. How do you make those arguments to the jury?
It cut off real
quick. How do you do what you do if in fact you, in your mind, you've come to the conclusion through common sense that the person you're representing is not just a killer, but a very dangerous killer?
Yeah, listen to this. And
So
now,
here's the thing, Vinny.
there you go.
I think there are peculiar people in the world. There are people that we consider weird. And just by them existing doesn't mean that they don't get the same protections of the Constitution. So here's the thing. It's on the prosecution to prove their burden, not only for the state, but also for these families. And the thing is, they don't have the knife, not because they don't have a murder weapon, not because it doesn't exist, but why did we stop the investigation? I think a lot of times we have towns that are yearning for normalcy and they rush justice in order to try to retain some normalcy so quickly. And I think cases suffer because of that, because we have the public opinion. But I think that the victims' families they want to know that the person who did it. And if you don't investigate fully and we're just throwing circumstantial evidence together, we're not going to have a whole story, and you're leaving the jury to do your job.
What a way to end the show, man. Damn. 100%. And let's hope that happens tomorrow. So I'll drop the link for tomorrow's live. I might even go earlier than what I have. I have it set for 11 a.m. Central. We'll be live from 11 a.m. Central to like 6 p.m. Central, sometime around there like that. Going to be covering anything that drops. And even if you don't get a notification because YouTube is just being a buggy hot mess with all sorts of shit right now, you'll see me live. Come hang out. You're more than welcome. I'll be opening up the phone lines tomorrow. So if you want to call in and talk about the documents or what you think might happen with the trial or just whatever, you'll be more than welcome. Again, if you want to call, the number for tomorrow when I do open up the phone lines will always be 812-250-8484. And then tomorrow night, The Price is Right, baby. And if you want to be a contestant, come on down tomorrow night. I can't wait. And if you want a sneak peek, just go to Evil CJ's Lounge and you'll see the last stream that we did where it was a test. And you can watch us. We tested it out for like an hour if you want a sneak peek. We'll be having that tomorrow night after we get done with this stream tomorrow. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you so much. Have a peaceful and positive evening. Stay warm. Fingers crossed tomorrow. Appreciate you guys.